Okay, looks like I'm live. I'm just doing my usual stuff on YouTube to make sure the stream appears correctly. And that's it. So as you can see here, I recreated the Mad Max scene where they're driving over the green place that's no longer green. And that's not an edited image, by the way, and I'm gonna be showing that, but for now we can remove those and get into the game. So today we're at the steel mill apparently. We're updating my Halloween builds because just like with the Motor Town update, I'm quite late on these things already. Oh, what was that? Why is my character jumping? Hang on. Did I mess up my control? Oh, hang on. Yeah, I'm here at the steel mill because I was messing with my controls. So I immediately thought I must have made a mistake somewhere. Yeah, I put jump on the trigger, but that's for when I'm playing with the controller. So that doesn't work for me. But yeah, because in my last stream I tried to go through the settings and explain their stuff there, and to better explain stuff, I thought about going through the gamepad controls, but then my controller wasn't working. So I tried to get it to work, and I did manage to get it working. Well, it wasn't my controller that's not working. It was something with the game not recognizing it. So yeah, right now it has the Xbox One S instead of just the Xbox One controller, which is what was happening last time. I don't think I checked it last time, but yeah, during my testing, it won't work when it's detecting as an Xbox One controller. But if it's showing as the Xbox One S, then it is working properly. And then I have this X input, which I believe is my voting keyboard. Although sometimes it also shows voting keyboards here. So yeah, I tried to make my own controls for the controller. This is my first iteration of it. I'll mess with it some more because I believe there's better ways of doing this. Because what I did right now is just to use the LB and RB to get many more inputs into the controller. But that's not ideal because you want to reserve buttons like that for certain actions. But yeah, I am happy with the controls that I have right now, but yeah, I believe there are better ways to get it. Anyways, that's not what we're here for today. So my character, yeah, I can move around now without jumping. That's why I was at the steel mill, because the forklift has the fork controls on it that I wanted to make sure. Also, I believe my time is super fast right now because I was taking screenshots. As I showed earlier, my screenshot of the Mad Max scenes. I'm using the fastest game time so that I can get uh multiple screenshots of different times of the same scene. to find the best one. So that's a trick for you guys if you're taking screenshots in your own single player world. Make sure to set the game daytime cycle to as the lowest possible so that you can get different times of day in just a few minutes. Anyway, we're here for... Oh yeah, I want to show that, how I managed to get that screenshot, because that's not an edited screenshot. What I have in the thumbnail and what I showed earlier. Where's my Golema though? Oh, I put it over there. Yeah, I was taking screenshots there as well. But before I recreate the movie scene, I actually need to cover up these decals because obviously in Fury Road they don't have the decals. That's why I came here. So I'm gonna recreate that scene again, but this time without decals. Which color is this? Got it. That looks correct. Yep, that's gotta be... Yep, that's the correct. So everything is covered now, I believe. Yep. So none of the decals are visible now. Because yeah, those decals are from the video game War Rig. So I took the screenshot over here. So the trick works with any water, I think. I haven't really tried every water, obviously, but every time I tried it with water, it works. Or actually, no, now that I think about it, I actually only ever tried in the water in this area. I actually haven't, I don't remember ever using other water. Maybe the water here at Guangjin. But yeah, I think it works for all the water. You just need to get the camera in position for it to work. And then once we're done here, we're gonna proceed with what this stream is for, which is updating my Halloween build. Am I going the right way? I am. How many of these have I got? 500. Oh yeah, if you're going for the achievement, they spawn a lot in single player or any high FPS server, I guess. But obviously in single player, they will always spawn around the player. So if there's only one player, they will always spawn near you. So you're more likely to encounter them than in a multiplayer. Oh, and one more reason why I'm showcasing this is because if we have the time for these, this is one of the builds that I will be updating. This is not actually the build that we're going to be working on. So I used the carry here to get those duffies up top. Oh yeah, let's add the image again. So we're recreating that scene in Fury Road. Don't remember the alignment here. Also, I'm apparently... Okay, let's get that. I believe I just lined up the front of the Tanko with the front of the carry, if I remember correctly. And then I just walk over to here, find the furthest away position, but it's also the deepest one. Well, actually, no, not the deepest one, but uh, yeah, if you go in first person here, actually, no, you don't even need to be in first person. You just have to dip the camera low enough to get that effect. No, I was just recreating the Mad Max scenes just so when I post my builds, when I'm finally done with them, I have screenshots to post with them. Although I have considered also submitting this one specifically, not the others. So yeah, I might submit this. So yeah, even with the sun up there, you get this effect. Actually, I shouldn't have changed the time. Let's go back and speed up the time. Because I believe it still matters what time of day we take the screenshot. Like, because you can still see the water, reflection, and whatnot. And yeah, even though you can't really see the sun up there, you still get this light effect around the sun. But yeah, I took the screenshot in first person view. And then I believe I lined up my cursor at the front of the truck. This doesn't look correct. Is my field of view different? Let's look at the screenshot again. Yeah, it looks like I'm further away. I think I just have lower. No, not lower. Higher FRV? That looks too high now. Actually, no, that looks perfect. Yeah, that looks almost the same. It looks like my camera, yeah, is lined up with the top of the car. Have a look at that again. Yeah, that looks almost exactly the same. I don't know what's causing the difference. Maybe I just parked the truck slightly at a different angle. No, because the carry also looks a little different. It is 75. I don't think I use other stuff. But anyway, let's get this position now. Camera is too low. It's still too low. Oh yeah, you can now see the reflection on the truck because the sun is shining on this side of the truck. So we can see it more clearly instead of being just mostly a silhouette at this time of day. Looks like, yeah, we almost have the exact same thing. I don't know what's causing the difference. So now we wait for the time of day. I think the first screenshot I take is like 6:30 a.m. because the sun in this game rises up quite late. At least the sunlight that you get, or maybe it's just the locations that I was taking screenshots before. Maybe since we're out in the open here, we actually get sunlight earlier on. But regardless, we're just waiting now for the time of day. Oh, I think I know what's making the difference. I needed to walk closer to it but make sure that the water is still at the bottom of the screen. So like that. Yeah, that looks a lot closer now. All right, so now we just take our screenshots whenever it's the right time. So we have a 5 minute day-night cycle. So we're gonna be here for a few cycles. Because I want to take a screenshot where the water is like this, but I also want to take a screenshot where the water is only a very tiny portion of the screenshot. Okay, you can see the sunlight coming up the lines here. Well, at least on my screen it's clearly visible. Actually, no, I can't be moving. Okay, there's 6 o'clock. It's not really changing much. 6:30. Oh, we can see the reflection of the sun. 7. We're gonna be taking a lot of screenshots here. 7:30. 8 o'clock. We can skip 8:30, 9, and 9:30 and go wait for 10 o'clock. I just take a lot of screenshots on for the sunrise because that's when you get the most visible lighting difference. Although right now on this scene, we don't really see much of that either because we can't really see the lighting. But when you're taking screenshots in other times in most other scenarios, you can very clearly see the difference every 30 minutes in game time. Oh, almost forgot to take a screenshot for 12 o'clock, which is obviously where the sun is right on top of us. So yeah, now you can see a bit of lighting on top of the truck, on the tank, on the side of the tanker. Then wait for 2 o'clock. And now we're starting to see more and more of this side of the truck as the sun goes over behind us. Then 4 p.m. I think we can wait until 6 p.m. and then start taking screenshots every 30 minutes from there. Actually, no, let me take screenshots from here now, because it looks like the lighting is changing quickly here. Yeah, the truck looks really nice at this time of day. We can very clearly see the shapes of it. So I'm taking a lot more screenshots than usual, because I can't really tell much difference. Just making sure I don't miss anything good. Or we can have this in the darkness where it's pretty much just the silhouette of the truck. Yeah, now we can barely see any of the details. It's just an outline. Oh wait, no, I don't want a screenshot of 11. I want 12. Although at 12 o'clock you get your daily company report if you have a company. So make sure to dismiss that quickly before trying to take a screenshot. That's 2 a.m. What was the first screenshot that I take? 6 a.m.? Oh wait, that's 3 a.m. I want to wait for 4 a.m. Let me take 5:30. Oh, we can see the sun reflecting on the water now, where we saw a little bit of it, and then it's gone again. There it is. 6:30. All right, I think I want to go move deeper into the water now to get a screenshot where there's only a little bit of water. So we can see under the water now. Find the perfect spot where there's actually maybe do we want the water to be showing from underneath? No, I think we just want to find the spot like here. And then once again wait for the time of day. Well, I guess yeah, we can start taking screenshot at 12 p.m. We don't need to take the first screenshot at 6 a.m. I was still thinking of doing that though because the other scenes that I already tried taking screenshots of, usually you get the lighting that is close to the reference images, obviously only once the sun is up. So during sunrise at around 6 a.m. But now we don't really see the sun, so the sunlight. I guess it's fine to start taking screenshots at any time of day. Say this, the patch of grass here is quite green now when with the sun shining down on it. 6:30, 7. I'm gonna have a lot of screenshots from this. 7:30, 8. Ooh, there's some different lighting there for a little bit. I don't know what's up with that. Was that the moon coming up that gave a little bit of lighting? I still have my moonlight brightness to 150%. Oh yeah, forgot about that. That's fine. 2 a.m. Also, I noticed the screenshot event lasts until the 16th. So that might be when they're planning to release the update to the public. Because right now we're still in testing. Ooh, this looks interesting. I wasn't expecting things to look like this. Oh, and there's the sun shining onto the grass again. And that's it. 10, and then we already have a screenshot of 12 afternoon. Well, noon exactly. So yeah, I have a Titan here with a carry behind it and a couple of Daffies on top. Although I really should have put the other Mad Max Daffy because I have two of those. I don't know why I didn't go for that and spawn this one instead. But it's fine because you can't really see the design anyway. It would just have been the different light attachments. In fact, I think it's over here. Yeah, we saw this earlier. This one. Anyways, we're done with those screenshots, so let's go start what we're here to do, which is the Halloween builds. So the first one, let me actually go here and get inside these so that I won't skip any of them. So my stagon build and vani already got number 1 at Always Speedway leaderboard. I don't remember the boxy. Let me look at Discord for a little bit. I don't think the boxy is in a leaderboard. Oh, there's a link here. Yeah, it's just a street race build, not a track build. Oh, but that means I have something to work off of. In fact, I probably will just go for that. The Kira, let's see, do I have something for the Kira? Oh, the Kira is gonna have a lot more FDR options now and transmissions. So yeah, I have a street racing setup already for the Kira, but I want a different build for this one. So this is gonna be the proper cargo build, maybe. Actually, what other Kira builds do I have? I think I only have those two. Yeah, these are stock. So yeah, since I already have that one uploaded as a street race build, I'm gonna have to go with the cargo build for this one. So yeah, let's go the stagon. So I have a setup on this thing from my very old one, except I changed the height, I believe. Let's see. So obviously we have different attachments now, and the decal, I updated the decal to look better because we have new decals as well. And in fact, I think I completely remade the decals on this. Yeah, because my original one was not as precisely placed as I thought. I had to completely remake this, which is why the sideline is quite different now. And after looking at more reference images, I ended up with this where the front pillar is red, but then the door pillar here at the back is white, and then the body pillar on the back is red. And then I have the proper Ghostbuster logo now, although the hand doesn't really look like a hand because I ran out of decal slots. And then obviously it says EMS1 instead of ECTA1. So yeah, same engine, same transmission. Although we're probably gonna have to go with a different FDR. Sideways tires. Oh, because this is for taxi. And then I went with these tires. I don't know which Ghostbuster car has tires like, well, not tires, the wheels that are like this. I think most of them do has something like this, but some of them don't. I don't really remember. Oh, different spacers. Oh, the spacers on this are stock. Interesting. And then obviously we have brake bias adjustment now. So yeah, this is a stiff build because this was supposed to be for racing at Ole. So that will be a good starting point. Obviously that is an old build, so other physics changes are gonna apply now. And then I gave it a different height. Already have the taxi license. Side skirt. No trailer hitch. Roof rack. Wait, front bumper. There's no options on this, right? For the front and the rear. Can you even... Oh, there are at the front. Oh yeah, this option. I forgot about this. Hmm. Let's look at Ghostbuster images. Ghostbusters. Come on. I don't think... Yeah, we should just keep the stock bumper. Also, let me remove this thing. There's something for the rear as well, yeah, but we're not going with that. Oh, this the black stripes is visible down here. I only covered up this part. And let's go through the parts. Make sure we have everything. So this is already on 320. This is a heavy car though. Let's go for stage 1. This is a high FDR, but this is a heavy car, I guess. Let's try 4.5. Brake power, brake balance. Pretty sure we can safely go try this one because I already know for a fact that there's too much brake bias on this thing. In fact, probably all vehicles in this game have too much front brake bias. And what else am I forgetting? Oh, this has 200 at the front. Let's remove that for now. So yeah, we have stiff springs at the moment and maximum damper. Lower to rear. No spacers. Do I want spacers? No, because it clips the fender. Okay, we can go with this now. For some reason, I have a couple of very worn tires here. Probably from a different vehicle, because it had sideways tires earlier. And the brake pads are also quite worn. So I guess we're replacing everything. Also, I'm getting stutters. Yeah, because I'm not in multiplayer this time. I should probably go to multiplayer for the proper testing. But for now, let's go drift mode and try out our brakes. Oh, the brakes are not strong enough. We're not even locking up any of the brakes or of the wheel. We can increase to 150 maybe. Because once again, this is a heavy car, so it makes sense. It needs strong brakes. Yeah, 2.5 tons is very heavy. We're still not locking up any of our tires. Oh, I have a couple of cars parked in here. We can. Oh, the next one is 200. That explains why this vehicle has too much front brake bias. Because the brakes on it are really weak. So even with too much front bias, you won't really know. Unless you're paying attention, I guess. Now we're locking up the front. So yeah, we still need more bias to the rear. Oh, we're really locking up the front. In fact, I feel like we need something in between these two, like a 175 for this car. But let's try moving the bias to the rear some more then. Ooh, that's not what I was expecting. So maybe we can use the full 200% power. Oh, I mean, I'm dumb. Why is my drift mode brakes limited to 50? What the hell was that? No wonder the brakes was weak. Okay, we need to downgrade. Still too much on the front. No, wait, actually, that looks like the rear. Let's put thicker wheels on the rear for now so we can see. So it's easier to see which wheel is locking up. Oh, it's both. So we still have too much power now because I increased the maximum input from 100, from 50 to 100. So this might not need upgraded brake power after all. We can try 130 because obviously you want to try to find the highest one. Okay, there was some lockup, but I think that's good. I think if we reduce the power, actually, that's a lot of locking up. Hmm. Alright, we might have to go with stock then. Yeah, if I'm not pressing the brakes to the limit, it's not locking up. We're still locking up on both the front and the rear, even without the increase. So the brakes on this might be too strong, actually. Also, that time of day needs to be changed now. In fact, let's move to multiplayer now, I guess. So just so we won't have the stuttering anymore. I was only in my single player there earlier, so I could take the screenshots of the truck. Because obviously I can't take both the the Titan with the carry and my Golema into multiplayer at once. Let me just set up my thing here. Hang on. All right. It's nighttime here though, right now. It's not ideal because it's harder to see the skid marks. Yeah, we can hear a little bit of skidding, not locking up anymore, and that is with cold tires. So obviously, once our tires are warmed up, they're gonna have more grip. I can't really tell which is locking up. Well, not locking up, but which one is skidding. Because there's barely any skid marks. Looks like it's the rear, because that is thick. Which makes sense, because we did put a lot of bias to the rear. Also, I just remembered, let me pull up, do I have a screenshot of the video game, Ecto 1, somewhere? Don't think I have. Well, we can just grab one online. If I can find one. It's usually the other Ghostbuster cars that appear when you search Ghostbusters car. I guess I can add video game. That's a thumbnail. Oh, this looks pretty good. Yeah, we can use that. Yeah, good enough. Let's add here, put it over the chat box like we before. So that's the video game, Ecto 1. Well, it looks like one anyway. Obviously, that's not in a video game, but that's what the video game one looks like. Because the video game Ghostbusters is quite old, so you wouldn't really find a decent quality looking image for it in game. So that actually works better. Wait, what's that on the image? Is that really how the image looks like? What's that? There's something at the back of the car. Hang on. Yeah, that's part of the image. Oh, it says Spencer1984.com. I see. Well, it can stay there. Because surely, if you put it there, then that's because it's his work. So I'm totally fine with showing that. Let's try F80 again. Yeah, we have too much front brake bias on this thing. So probably F70 then. Oh, and already the braking is way worse. Brake balance. I'm thinking F60 is also gonna be good though. It's gonna depend on how hot the rear tires will get, which I believe might even get overheated because this car is quite heavy. Oh, I'm not supposed to go too fast. Yeah, the front is still locking up with this setup. So yeah, I think F60 was the right choice. So now we can do some actual lap. Oh, I should have put back the wheels, but that's fine. FDR seems fine right now, and yeah, the brakes are really good now. So nice to actually have decent braking distances in this game now with this brake balance adjustment. Oh, well, that was my first lap anyway, so it wouldn't have counted because I started off track. In fact, why was the timer counting down? When did the timer even start? Because I started from the pits. Oh, just kept drifting, which makes sense. I'm in drift mode. And I was trying to not need to let off the throttle. If I was in sport mode there, it probably would have given me the grip to stay on track. Oh, I just realized there's a pinned message this time that I'm covering with the image. Although when someone says something in chat, the pinned message will move to the top. I'm gonna have to look at that later because nobody's really talking in chat anyways. Okay, I think that's enough testing for now. I think I should have lower FDR still. Even though this thing is heavy, we do have a powerful engine, so maybe 427. I didn't feel like I needed much lower FDR. So let's check our temperatures. That seems good. No overheating yet. We already have brake wear though. Though I'm not really going for best laps possible, which is partly why I'm in drift mode. And we won't know anyway where my lap time goes on the leaderboard because this is not the weekly car. So let's put on, what is it? Dory wheels? No, it's Tuscan. Where's the Tuscan wheels? There we go. So this should feel much better now. By the way, in case any of you missed it, Llama posted a drag racing guide in the official Motortown Discord. And there are a few very interesting things over there that I've always thought is correct. And yeah, so that's basically confirming to me that those my theories are correct. But the thing is, it's very specific to drag racing, so it's not really the kinds of things you're gonna want to use anywhere else. And some of it is on your game settings. So once you're done with drag racing, you have to remember to always put your non-drag racing settings back. It's not just something like with the drive modes. I really wish we'd get something like that soon. Well, not soon, because it's probably gonna be a lot of work for the dev to implement, but hopefully in the future we can make our own drive modes. So we can have those settings specific to the car instead of having to change our settings every time we wanna do drag racing or drifting. Although right now we do have the drift mode, it's still gonna be better to have some of the settings in there in the drift mode instead of being a global game setting. Oh, we still have plenty of power through there. Well, I guess it is a slow corner. So maybe I should go down to 4.11 FDR. I'm not quite sure how to take this corner yet. The 400% spring stiffness, by the way, I almost forgot about that. It feels like I have a soft setup, but that's because the car is very heavy. But actually, this is a stiff setup already. Yeah, the car is moving around a lot, even though I have 400% spring stiffness, which I guess kind of tells you that the stock stiffness on this thing is very soft. I haven't noticed any issue with steering either though, so I might try that 200% anti-roll bar at the front that my old setup had. Which now that I'm thinking about it, even though this is a heavy car, a lot of the weight is in the back. So let's actually exit here. Look at our weight distribution. Oh, the front is heavier actually. Interesting. I always assumed this thing was heavier in the back because you have this massive overhang in the rear. Although I guess the front is also pretty big and looks like the engine is actually sitting in front of the axle instead of behind it. Although I'm not really sure where the engine really is. Maybe it is on top or behind, I don't know. But yeah, the hood area here, when you go find the middle of it, it's gonna be in front of the front wheels, which would, yeah, would put a lot of weight on the front. I don't think I should change the roll bar on the rear. 400 felt perfect on the stiffness. Maybe 400 damping at the front though, now that I'm stiffening the roll bars on it. So this is backwards compared to to the Mad Max builds where the rear is lower than the front. And I think that's actually perfect because It's the rear that is ever so slightly skidding under braking with F60. And I don't think you're gonna want to use the F70 because then it's gonna be too much braking at the front. Even without this angle on without this stance where the rear is lower. So that actually works out perfectly together. Instead of going with F70, which is probably the optimal one with a normal setup, I was able to squeeze a little bit better braking by putting a little more bias on the rear, but also lowering the rear so that the rear is not, uh, so that there's a little bit more grip at the rear. In fact, maybe we want to increase the front height a little bit so that we have even better braking. I think +1 is the best looking one. Oh, the tires are already very cold, even though we've just been sitting here for a short time. So yeah, the tires cool down very fast. I wonder then if it's also heating up quickly. Because if it is, then we might actually want slightly more bias at the front so that the rears uh are not having to work as much. Oh, did I change the FDR? I didn't. Did I even want to change the FDR? I think I do want to change the FDR. Okay, now we're understeering. So we don't want the front roll bar. Then let's try lower FDR. Let me try driving here quick and then braking hard. And then checking the temperatures. Yeah, the tires heat up quick. What the hell was that? You saw it going down from like 100 degrees all the way down to 22 in just a few seconds. And that's the rear. Let's look at that again. Maybe that was because I used the handbrake? That it heated up really quickly? Let's try the 100 kph braking. Well, it didn't quite make it to 100, but that's fine. Huh. Maybe it was the handbrake. Yeah, so it heats up a lot when you're when you're skidding the tires, especially a full lockup like that. Oh yeah, I wanted to try sport mode to see if the traction control is gonna kick in. Oh yeah, that's why I didn't change the FDR yet. I wanted to see how much the traction control will kick in with the higher FDR before trying a lower one. But I have the lower one already right now. So let's see anyways. Yeah, this is so much easier of corner with sport mode assist. Not sure if quicker though. Probably. Oh yeah, have that interior light for the roof rack. Oh, what was that slide for? I wasn't even putting down a lot of power, but it wanted to slide. Yeah, I think I have too low of an FDR now. I wish there was like 4.2 or something. Because the 4.27 seemed just a little bit too high. But this 4.11 is too low. Even further than ideal than the 4.27. Sir, where? Front brakes. It looks like the front brakes are still doing a lot of work, which makes sense. Because yeah, we have more weight at the front. So that's a downside if you went with a more normal build with the F70 brake bias. You're gonna be working the front brakes even more than this setup does. So even though this is not the ideal one, there are advantages to this. But yeah, we're not going for number one in the leaderboard anyway because we can't confirm what our placing is gonna be anyways. Since this week we have the cora instead. Alright, so I'm gonna do one more lap in sport mode. Hopefully I get this done properly. And then I'm going back to drift mode. I just want a reference of what time I should be doing. Looks like we can take this corner quite easily. Now 134.306. Actually, I might have a note somewhere on what time a stagon is expected to do. Let me look that up later. Yeah, there's too much power coming out of that corner. Not coming out of that last corner though. Oh, I got a faster lap time this time. Okay. Was my 134 slow then? Because that was not a very good lap, but it was still faster than what I got when in sport mode. Always lining myself up for this corner to stay as close to the inside as possible. So it does, even though it doesn't look like I'm taking a very good line coming out of the corner before, it allows me to take the corner Way better than if I didn't line myself up. And when you're driving like that on a straight anyway, you're not really losing much time. At least the way I did it, you're not gonna lose much time. Oh, we're even faster again, which yeah, makes sense because the one before was slow. But then why was my sport mode lap time very slow then? Maybe the assists are holding me back? They're too aggressive for this car? It's entirely possible because I have it at 100%. But that's because for most cars, that is the ideal one, just to have it at maximum when you're just driving around. As Lama's guide pointed out though, for drag racing, there are advantages to keeping the assist a little under 100. Like I think he recommended 70, 80 on traction control. I don't really remember it very well. I just went through it because to confirm my thoughts, and yeah, I pretty much did. In fact, it was closer than to what I thought. My theories were closer to what he wrote in his guide than I thought it would be. Yeah, so we're getting a lot of wear because the car is heavy, but the wear is distributed pretty well. The front brakes are getting quite hot now, but that's because I did a bunch of laps. I don't think you have to worry about that unless you're doing like an endurance race. So I think we can actually wrap up this build soon. So my best lap is right there, 133.588, shown on the left of the screen right now. Because I don't want to spend too much time on these builds than I need to. We have zero spacers, which is fine. In fact, this thing is an asset pack vehicle, so it's larger than it's supposed to. And I think that's the reason why that's another good reason to keep these spacers to zero. Maybe an angle kit will help. I did ended up scraping the wall earlier. Although, yeah, the wheelbase is quite long. It doesn't look very long because again, the car is big. But once you think about it, the car is supposed to be smaller, which means the wheelbase is supposed to be shorter. So yeah, even though it doesn't look like a very long wheelbase, it is too long. But it's not really needed, really. So that's something you might want to add on your own build, like a +5. I don't think you're gonna need +10. I think the dampers at the front being 400 instead of 500 helped a little bit with the braking. Oh, wow, that actually looks very similar to the Ranchi wheel, except for the color and texture. Huh. Well, I guess, yeah, that's a different shape there. Yeah, they look very similar, apparently. Well, not look, but the shape is quite similar. We don't really have any white wall wheels except for Dory White, and this thing doesn't really look better, I don't think. Although maybe the fact that this is black is not ideal. So maybe we can find something where there is no dark section like that. I don't know of a wheel like that though. I really wish the scrolling would be faster in this game. Oh yeah, this we have the towny wheels as well. Forgot about this. It's a very narrow wheel. Hopefully we get to customize stuff like that at some point, like the size, the width, the tire wall thickness. Not really an easy thing to implement in games. Because remember, this game is made by a very small team. I'm thinking of actually going with the Ranchi wheels here. It matches the bumpers. Let's look at other images of the Ghostbuster car. Yeah, I think that's closer to most to have this. So the only thing missing is the white wall. Although ideally the bumpers and the wheels are shiny, not matte like this, but we can't really do anything about that. Also, this is lighter, only 20 kilograms. Nice. Already have the Atlas? Only started a couple weeks. Well, I guess 2 weeks is a lot of time. I was thinking 1 week. The Atlas has a high level requirements, doesn't it? Trucking is easy to level up though, I guess. So you're making a lot of money doing that job now then. Are you doing Guangjin off-road deliveries with that? Because you said coal, so I'm guessing that's what you're doing. So what else should I change on this week? I think we're good on this thing. Let me just try going a few more laps. Also, I always forget to start my recordings. I don't want to record the stream, so I'm not using the OBS recording. So I don't have the recording started in OBS when I go live. But yeah, I'm using the Windows recording thing to record just the game, so that I have separate recording that I can use for other stuff like my leaderboard runs. Because especially now with all these updates, ever since the last time the stagon was on the weekly challenge, it's entirely possible that these lap times I'm doing right now are at the top of the leaderboard. Because this is a massive improvement to the builds. The brake bias adjustment, the tire temperature, giving more grip when you have the right temperature. This is gonna allow the leaderboard times to improve a lot, especially compared to my old one. Although my old one is at Ole instead of Ansan. I guess we can try Ole after this. It's probably gonna be easy to beat my old Ole lap time. So what made you... Well, how did you find out about this game? Because it is early access, and there's not many players. It's not really a well-known game. Oh, I really messed that up because I'm trying to figure out how to use this optimally. There's so many more things to consider now. If you're just trying to go as fast as possible, you might actually end up not going very fast because you can have like overheated tires and whatnot. So you really have to keep in mind so many more things now. But yeah, when you get everything just right, you are gonna have much better lap times than the old records. Although I'm guessing with the Stagon, they all have 400 horsepower engine on this track. So I'm only gonna be the fastest for the V8 for the V8 records, not the overall. Yeah, the demo was a great idea for this game. I always hear people saying that they tried the demo because it was available and then ended up buying it. Alright, hopefully we can get this lap time already, because I don't want to spend many more time with this. The setup already feels really good. And so far, this lap is feeling good. I don't know if it's fast enough though to beat the time that I got earlier. In fact, it's probably gonna be hard to beat that time that I got earlier. Oh, and I went off track. Oh, oh, there's understeer through here. Hmm. I wasn't going too fast there to understeer. It was just the setup. So I need maybe, yeah, the car is very soft. So maybe I can stiffen the roll bar to the rear a little bit to remove that tiny bit of understeer. Yeah, on Mr. Bog server, there's multiple races every week. I think it's 3 races every Friday. I haven't really participated in any of them. I've only participated in the 2 hours of Jeju one, which is not their not part of their weekly racing, which is why it's a 2 hour race. An actual 2 hour race that is not in game. Alright, let's see what lap time we get. Oh, it's we're going right. Oh yeah, I'm in drift mode still. I don't think the lack of assist is slowing me down though. In fact, considering my lap time earlier in sport mode, I think the assist may even be slowing me down a little bit with this car. Unless that was just not as good of a lap as I thought, and I can actually go faster in sport mode. Yeah, because in drift mode you can do stuff like that if you're trying to go too fast. That was a 134 though. Yeah, my POV of that race was pretty boring. It was just me doing clean lap after clean lap with no competition because everyone who had a similar pace as me kept crashing, whereas I had a pretty much completely clean race. Oh, I went off track still? It was still a fun race though. Oh, I'm out of fuel. Am I gonna make it to the gas station? How big is the fuel tank on this? We can look at that in the info menu now, I think. Runs out of fuel pretty quickly. I'm guessing it's 50 liters, as is. Yeah, 50. They just gave 50-liter capacity on a bunch of vehicles in this game. Oh, I should probably grab fresh set. Yeah, we're already at 5 and 3% here. But first I wanna check the temperatures. The front brakes are getting pretty hot. I don't think they're overheating though, because we haven't been seeing smoke. I think it gets close to the overheat threshold, but I don't think it overheats. Well, actually no, because the one of our brake pads at the rear is only 2%, so it may be overheating. But that's only because we're racing around the track. Don't think we need to upgrade the pads if you're not racing. Right. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if the temperature resets. Yeah, it doesn't. Even if I replace the pads and tires, the heat is still there. But yeah, we just stopping for a little bit makes your tires cold again. so fast to lose the heat on the tires. So this is pretty much just a warm-up lap. Alright, hopefully I can get a good lap right away. The tire should be at a good temperature now. Oh, I don't know why it wants to go right sometimes, even though it already started going left, it would switch to the right for some reason. Might have to check my recordings afterwards to see what's going on there. Because I'm driving, I can't really pay too much attention to the little details that's causing that. So 2 weeks of Motortown, do you have good levels on the other jobs then? Like bus, or have you been mostly just trucking and racing on track? Yeah, there we go. That's my new best lap, 133.2. Let me try one more lap. The Well, I kinda ruined it already here, maybe. I'm not sure. Because even though I'm sliding the rear of this thing, it's not much of a like a burnout. So I think I'm still accelerating decently, even when doing that. As long as I'm not drifting at too much of an angle. Okay, looks like I'm not gonna beat my previous best. Oh, that was still good though. 133.5. So yeah, even when I'm doing little bits of drifting coming out of the corners, I wasn't losing much time. Anyway, so that's it for this build. So let's upload this now. There we go. The new Ghostbuster car. Let's actually see. Oh wait, no, not upload. Yeah, I saw this. Pretty sure. Yeah, they're making the movie variation of the livery where they have the side decal like this. Oh, he wrote Ecto one in the back. That's nice. Couldn't really make that or the Ghostbuster decal in the back 'cause on mine this uses a bunch of decals to make. So I only managed to put EMS one. I believe there are others who made Ghostbusters liveries this Halloween. There's so many people uploading their builds though. I guess it's hard to find. Uh oh, this is Llama one. Okay. He has the same thing on the roof, but he has this thing from the movie. Oh yeah, that's a thing with mine. Yeah, they all have the lights attached normally. I actually did a trick with mine because you're not allowed to attach lights on the taxi sign. So normally, yeah, you can't place your lights here. Like it's red. Actually, why is it red on this exact spot? Did I use the other taxi sign to put it there? I don't remember exactly what I did anymore. I may have used the other one to put it there. No, it's still not allowed. Hmm. I don't know how I managed to put it there then. But there's a trick to this where you can use it as a save point just to allow you to save the position of the light, even though you didn't put the light onto the sign because that's not allowed. Like other parts like the winches, you are allowed to put your lights onto it. Although on the trailer with no not winches, trailer hitches. Although if you do that on the trailer hitch and then remove the hitch, the light bugs out and the position resets to 0, 0. I think it's 0, 0 anyway. I haven't really done that because I know it's a thing. So maybe it's been fixed. I don't know. But yeah, don't attach your lights directly to the hitch. Attach the light to the back of your car and then move the light through the menu instead of attaching directly to the hitch just to prevent the light position from bugging out if you mess with the hitch. Anyway, let's go to the hearse vani. So this thing is also number one on Ole back in the day anyways. Although this one has a winch. I definitely did not have the winch when I set my lap time. And the reason I had to remove most of the lights is, well, first of all, I wanted a different headlight system here. And secondly, because I needed lots of lights to make a coffin here at the back. So I made this looks like a stock headlight, but when you turn the engine on, that bottom one lights up, and then you have a square light inside of the default light, which lights up with the high beams. If you actually flash it like that, it makes an effect because the what do you call it? I think the default light lights up and turns off instantly, while The custom light has this gradual brightness increase and decrease on it. So when you flash the high beams, they don't light up at the same time. So you get that effect. Anyway, let's have a look at our parts here. So unlike the Ghostbuster stagon, this is still actually no, it's I also did the same thing with the stagon. So this should still have oh, I changed it. Okay. So let's compare then. So yeah, same engine, transmission, much lower FDR now. Intake. Oh, I had a large radiator. Hello there, Just Bask. Uh, I just uploaded the Ghostbusters tag on. Change the wheels. Different spacers. Oh, I should have unchecked these. So these are the same. So I'm not unchecking them. That's different. So I have to uncheck. I also changed the spring stiffness to something stiffer at the front. Why did I do that? I don't remember doing that. And I have lower rear. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, it goes lower when I uncheck. And I increased the brake power. I didn't mess with this though, right? Yeah, everything is still default. So this thing can probably go higher now then. So let's try, yeah, I can try 70 first. We have KM2s already. They're still in good condition as well. Oh yeah, I guess I should remove this. Does anyone know the hearse with the flame decals? Because I just know that this thing exists. I don't know where it's from. I just know I've seen a hearse with flame decals on it. Like, what's it called and where is it from? Yeah, because when I search hearse flames, I'm not really seeing a vehicle that I recognize. But yeah, it's a common thing where people put flame decals on a hearse. So it's gotta be referencing something, but I don't know what. Oh, this looks nice. I'm looking at hearse images right now, trying to find if I can see something I recognize. I'm not really seeing any. Yeah, I think all of these are just imitating the original thing that I know from memory, but I don't remember what it's called or where it's from. I guess I could just pick one of these to include, uh, just so we have a reference image on screen. Which one looks good though? I guess we can go with that. The cute little thing. It's really small, but that works. Um, gotta crop it because it's got too much background. And then select the image. You can have that. Okay, let's. Don't think I can drive this in drift mode, but we need to test the brakes first. So I guess we're testing in drift mode then. Yeah, it's already sliding a lot. Oh, it still has too much brakes at the front, even though I already gave it 70% bias. We might need 50, especially because this is without cargo in the back. When you add cargo in the back, you're gonna want even more braking on the rear. Hmm. Looks like this is the correct balance, but we might have to go back down to 130. Okay, that looks good. We're still skidding though. Maybe stock is enough. Yeah, but we're still getting some skid marks, but it's good enough now. So that's the front? No, I think it's both that is leaving skid marks. We can do the different wheel widths again so we can see it more easily. So what's a narrow wheel? The townie. Yeah, let's put the townie and then I guess Portem in the back works. So that's gotta be the back wheels. I don't think the front. is leaving skid marks anymore. Which makes sense because we did put a lot of balance of braking to the rear. Let's try 70 again because I went back to the stock power. And now it's leaving marks on both the front and the rear. Yeah, you can see. Wait, is this the front? Why is the front skid marks not as narrow as I'm expecting? Yeah, that looks like it. We have those skinny wheels. Is it not as narrow as I thought? It looks like it's leaving skid marks that is thicker than the model. Let's try a different wheel. The coma wheels. And go with the thickest on the rear. That's the front. Wait, which is which here? Why do they both? Why does it look like they have the same thickness again? So it looks like we're getting more at the front again. Also, it's making sense now why I stiffened the front because it bounces around. But then why do I not have dampers at the front? Maybe I just forgot. What's the rear at? 200? Oh, I wanted to change the brake bias. The 60. Oh, that felt good. Kinda hard to see the skid marks with this lighting. I think that's good enough. Let's check our parts though again. So this is short intake, also 320. Let's go with stage 1. We have 411 FDR. The wheels on this are smaller though, I think, than the stagon. And smaller wheels mean I need lower FDR. So maybe 3.73. Let's check the pads. Yeah, that's stock. Do I still want 50% in the rear? Yeah, I guess we can try that. Extreme setup. Yeah, because my stiffness right now is already double at the front. So to also have double stiffness of the anti-roll at the front and half on the rear will make it obvious if we need to change the balance because that's very extreme. We can put the Ranchi wheels back. No, not Ranchi. What wheels did this thing have? Bora? I think it's the Bora wheels. Where's the Bora wheels? I can't really see the color properly with this lighting. Oh yeah, nothing else here. Yeah, that looks like the correct wheels. There's really not much grip on the rear because it's a van that is empty in the back. No cargo in the back. Oh, I just got an idea. Not related to this build, but I think I want to have that on the screen. So let me grab the stagon earlier. Open the workshop. Wait for the car to rotate. Take a screenshot of that. Then crop it. And that works. Hopefully it's gonna be readable. Let's see. So that's the first build. Should I have it there though? I guess I can put it down here. So we're done with that Ghostbusters Stagon build. Already on the workshop. Doing burnouts in second. So this thing has a lot of brake power, which makes sense. Because the only reason we can't really use the full braking is because there's no cargo in the back. In fact, let's try only 90% brake. See if we're still gonna be leaving skid marks under braking. Yeah, we're still leaving skid marks, but now it's just the rear. At least it looks like it's the rear. And it is handling really nicely. So much better braking than there used to be with the brake balance. Although I'm thinking maybe I should actually move the bias towards the front a little bit. I kinda doubt it though, which is why I'm not on that brake bias already. I would have went to the pits to change it sooner if I think it will help a lot, but alright, let's try the more front brake bias now. Feels like the FDR is already good. Oh, too much power there. I always forget that's a really slow corner. 'Cause it doesn't feel like you're going slow with the The track design, giving me a false sense of speed through there. The fact that I can go over the curves there just fine tells me that the stiffness settings are good already. For racing anyway. Obviously, once you have cargo in the back, you're probably gonna want stiffer springs in the back. It's really hard to control all this power in drift mode. That's a really good lap time though, so let's try sport mode now. So I still have 100% braking in sport mode, but I also have the ABS assist in sport mode. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at how heavy this thing is or the weight distribution on it. I think this has worse weight distribution than the stagon, in that it's more front heavy. Oh, I went off track. I wonder if your tire thickness matters when you're driving on the edge of the track. Like this, having thicker tires allow you to go more off track because you have the inner portion of those of your tires still within the track limits. Like, do you need the whole tire to be outside the track limits before it counts as off track? Because there's no visual indication of where the track limits are. It's not the white line. some areas you can go further off track than you may think, and in some areas you actually it actually counts as off track even though it doesn't look like it should be off track. I'm really low on gas. I might not be able to make it this lap. Doesn't look like I'll make it, but let's see. Hopefully it makes it, so we can see the lap time of this lap. Oh, it's out. So I didn't get to set a lap time in sport mode because I kept going off track. Let's look at our weight distribution. Yeah, it's almost double at the front than the rear, which is probably why I lowered the rear than before. I'm looking at the wheels in the fender. Looks like the wheels need to be moved forward a little bit so that it's properly lined up with the fender. Oh yeah, we haven't been looking at our temperatures again. Yeah, the tires are really cold already, just from refueling. The brakes, wait, so the front brakes are hot as expected, and the rears are cold, yeah. I couldn't really tell whether F70 or F60 was better. You're definitely gonna want more rear bias though, for when you have cargo in the back. But this isn't a cargo transportation build. This is a race build. Oh, we got a new top speed. So this lap is starting good, although I didn't really take that corner very well. That corner is always tricky though, the first one. Okay, that was some understeer through there. Just a little bit. Or maybe I was just going too fast. Not sure, but we may as well change the try changing to a stiff rear roll bar now. So the front and rear roll bar are the same now, but we still have stiffer springs at the front. Tires are warmed up, although they're quite worn out by now. They're like 3 to 6%. Oh, there's more understeer now. Maybe I shouldn't have stiffened the rear roll bar. So this was the issue. Well, not the same thing, but I have a similar tuning issue with the Tavan. Yeah, there's definitely more understeer. Except on the Tavan, I actually it actually reduced the understeer by doing what I just did here. So it has an opposite effect on this car. Let's see what happens if we go even more by softening the front roll bar. So the understeer is probably gonna be even worse now. But let's see. Yeah, it's feeling pretty bad. I can't tell if it's worse or not. Oh yeah, I was off track. Doesn't count because I came out of the pits. And then once again, I'm in the pits. So we actually, oh wow, the front is really hot, which actually is expected, to be honest. The fronts are also hotter. The tires, that is, not the brakes. Interesting. So we might actually wanna move more weight to the back. So I have 2 centimeters lower on the rear at the moment. What if I go 10? Yeah, that looks fine. Let's try that. So far, the understeer doesn't feel worse. Feels the same as before, but not the same as originally though. Yeah, you can clearly see the understeer there. Alright, let's get a full lap this time. Oh, it wanted to go left there for some reason. Well, we're not getting the lap time again then. I don't know what happened there. Just suddenly wanted to go right for some reason. This is the problem with relying on the assists. But I want a benchmark for comparison before I try do more laps in drift mode. Alright, hopefully this is a quick lap. I couldn't really tell. Yeah, 133.4, not bad. Let's try drift mode now. Well, this last section was really bad. Alright, I need gas anyways. Let's check the car. Temperatures. Front brakes are still really hot. It's not smoking though. That's over the that's overheated. I don't know why it's not putting out smoke. Oh, I think the roll bar adjustment is what messed up my last section there. And yeah, the understeer is feeling worse. I should probably put back my original roll bars. Yeah, let's put that original roll bars back because this is pretty bad. Oh, soft on the rear, stiff on the front. Oh, now we're smoking the front brakes. Or have I just not been noticing it because I'm too focused on the driving? Yeah, it's not smoking here. That's the tire smoke, not the brake smoke. And that's on the back, not the front. Yeah, it looked like I went off track there, going over the curbs outside of the white line, but it didn't count as off track. Oh yeah, I need to refresh the tires and the brakes probably. Yeah, it's already 7% at the front. Even the tire, one of them at least is 7. And then the rears are all 3%. So I should probably respawn to cool the the brakes, because as we found out, replacing them doesn't remove the heat on them. And the tires always need a warm-up lap anyways. You can't just go into the pits and then do hot laps right away, because if you're not driving for even just a little bit, they get cold enough to lose grip. Even if it's a really quick pit stop. 'Cause they just cool down super fast. Yeah, with these fresh tires and brakes, it feels so much better. Oh, 133,455 already. What was our fastest lap time? Is that the fastest now? Have I done 133.2? I feel like I've done 133.2. Or at least it's possible, even if I haven't. I'm still putting down too much power. Maybe I should lower the FDR, but the next lower FDR is might be too low. Oh, 133.1. I didn't even think that was a good lap. But I guess I had warmer tires than the previous one. Looks like this guy is giving way. That's not the best spot to be at though, because that's the racing line, alright. I think if we just kept going his speed, I would have caught him at the final straight here. I don't know. $132.6. I guess we're still warming up the tires, because we're just going faster and faster. Even though I'm not feeling like I'm doing better necessarily. It's the car that's doing better with the hotter tires. Oh wait, that's you, Mary. I just noticed. The same name, but the capitalization is different, so I didn't notice right away. Okay, I think got 132. It's the fastest I can do in drift mode. Let's check our condition and then try in sport mode. I don't think we should have 1% wear yet, but maybe. Ah, yeah, the fronts are already slightly worn, huh? Oh, I need gas before I go again. Oh, those those ghosts give you a penalty. Well, they don't spawn on the track. At least I haven't seen one on the track. So how's the Daffy doing then? I have a racing Daffy set up. In the workshop, that is. Although actually no, the one in the workshop are a mix of setups. When I set my leaderboard lap times with the Daffy, it's always with some changes from what I have in the workshop, but the one in the I have in the workshop is really close to what I use. It's for Ole though, not Ansan. So it has one-speed EV transmission to save on the weight, which is not really gonna work well here at Ansan. And that's part of the reason why I used to test it Ole. Because some builds, I do want that kind of setup on them, even for the street racing. Oh, well, I already messed up this lap. But as we know, this thing takes a while to warm up the tires. At least that's what it felt like. I didn't think like that I was going faster because I was driving pretty much about the same through the whole laps, but the lap times kept getting lower because I think the tires were getting warmer. Which makes sense because the vani is actually pretty lightweight for a van because it's tiny. If you compare this to the Tavan, I think the Tavan is much bigger. Because even though this is an asset pack vehicle, this is one of the asset pack vehicles that's already been resized to the correct scale. It's just that this van is just really small compared to the Tavan, the van that this is based on. I wonder if track temperature is also a factor. Like, do you need warmer tires during the cold night? Because they only mentioned in the update notes the tire temperature. I don't think the world temperature is a thing. So even if you're out in the desert, you have the same cooling because the world temperature is the same everywhere. It might be the assists that I have that's making me have more understeer. Because it didn't feel bad in drift mode, but now in sport mode it's feeling like it has more understeer. Either that or I just drove better, because I did get really good lap times in drift mode earlier. One 133.1. Yeah, it feels like I can't really go as fast in sport mode. It is easier to drive, but that could also just be because it's slower. And this thing is hard to drive in drift mode because of how lightweight the rear is. So even if sport mode is slowing me down, which I'm not sure yet if it actually does, if I'm just racing, I'd probably keep it in sport mode. Okay, 132.3. Still not faster than my best, but maybe it's still warming up. Oh, that might be it, yeah. It's taking me longer to warm up the tires because it's not letting me glide around as much, which helps with warming up the tires. So I should have done warm-up laps in drift mode. Oh, that counted as off track. Well, that wasn't a slower lap anyways. Might also be fighting against the tire wear now. And the brake. Well, actually no, I don't think brake wear is actually having much of an effect because I'm in sport mode. So I have the full 100% braking. One 132.8, that's even slower. Yeah, so I think I'm past the optimal conditions now. It's time to go back to the pits and check our status. Yeah, we're already having 3% at the front. Somehow the rears are fine still. And the temperatures, well, they already cooled down. Even before you can stop, the tires are cooling down so fast. Whereas the brakes, well, obviously when you're slowing down, you're using the brakes, so it's not cooling down. But the tires just cools down so fast. Anyway, I think that's it for this build as well. Don't really want to spend too much time on each of these builds because I do have other things I would like to do today as well, if I have the time for it. I take screenshot of that and crop it. It looks good. Save it. Oh, and it automatically updated on stream. Nice. But now it's blocking the thing. So let me actually change that. I should have went side to side instead of like this. Alright, I don't know why there's different color. Is it because it was selected when I uploaded it? No, it's yellow when selected. Huh. I don't know what's up with that. But there goes the new vani build. Let's go for the boxy first. Because the caravan has those medium duty stuff on it. Why does the boxy have very worn tires and brakes on it? Well, the front brakes at least. The rears are much better somehow. How much distance? I do have a decent amount of distance using this. I don't know why there's. Oh yeah, I think I did a bunch of deliveries with this boxy before I changed the design on it. I think it had the one of my other designs on this boxy before I made the Halloween design. Yeah, this is my first boxy, 15 number 59. So let's see. Well, this is my recently tested build for racing, street racing that is. So same engine, transmission. Wait, 320 horsepower. Why is the FDR so high? Oh, it's because it's this thing. Yeah, this is an old delivery build. And I believe so is this. Yeah, they're pretty much identical. Well, not really. They're similar. This is the racing setup, but it has only half the power with the i4. So yeah, higher FDR, but this one can keep the 4.88, maybe even go lower. We'll see. Don't need the large radiator because we have the stronger engine. Oh, it doesn't have stage 1 turbo. And the tires at the front are only KM1s. Yeah, softer springs because this is for racing, not for cargo. So my cargo build has 300, and I think the other one even had 400 on it. It already has the correct height and same anti-roll bar settings as the vani. Let's go through the parts again, make sure everything is correct. Because sometimes when you download from the workshop, it's actually not correct. Except even though this is a new race build, it's not new enough to have the brake balance adjustments. So let's try maybe just 20%. I'm not really sure what to do with the braking on this thing. Don't remember how it feels to brake. We have about the same wheel thickness front and rear. Let's change that for now so that we can clearly see the tire marks. Alright, so we're already in drift mode. The FDR looks correct. Definitely a lot of front bias though. Might have to go F60. Oh yeah, this time no more reference image because I just made this design. Well, actually, there is one thing. I think I have it saved as well. Let me see if I can find it. This is not entirely my design. I did take a little inspiration from someone else. Where could I possibly have saved that? Maybe I don't have the screenshot actually, unless I just missed it. Wait, what is this screenshot? Why is this here? Or this? What must have transferred these screenshots by mistake? This should not be here. Anyways, I'm not seeing screenshot that I'm looking for. Oh, I think I know why they're here. Yeah, I remember. So they are supposed to be here. Unless it's in one of these folders. Oh yeah, there we go. Made by others. I don't see it though. Yeah, I don't have it. I know the link to the Discord link to it though. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, that's a YouTube link. So let's search my name. What? That's not the search that I want. There we go. That's an image in the boxy. There we go. And then this link should be, yep, that's it. That's what I'm looking for. Save that image. And then I gotta crop it. So this is a screenshot that I took from, well, actually, no, this is not my screenshot. This is Shaz's screenshot. But this is taken from the first decal scar meet in PWL. Oh, that's a huge screenshot. Should be good over there. So yeah, didn't really take much from it other than the name. So I call this the, oh yeah, it says right there at the back, the bus, boo boo bus. The front doesn't have the bus though. Alright, so let's try. Oh, we need to repair. Oh yeah, because I replaced some parts. Did I not replace the brakes already? Oh, it's the parts that didn't get replaced. Looks like we still have too much front bias for some reason. It does have a lot of weight at the front. So maybe we should actually... Oh, the rear is already at its lowest. I don't really want to raise the front to move the weight on the back. So we definitely need... Oh, we're already at the limit of the bias adjustment. We can go increase the braking bias to the rear. Hopefully this is good enough. So this thing must have a lot of front bias then. Alright, let's have a look at our tire marks. That looks good enough. I think it's just because I upgraded the brake power. So if I put it back down to stock, then it should be good. Yeah, that looks good enough, I would say. Oh, that's a wall. Let me put back the dory wheels in the back. Let's repair that damage and then let's go for some laps. So the boxy drives nicely even when stock. Although obviously stock is not gonna be as good as if you upgraded it. And the camera is pretty high on it. I actually prefer high cameras like this, where it's looking down at a more angle. Like, I don't like racing games where the camera is pretty much just pointing straight forward instead of having a downwards angle on them. I prefer like at least 10 degrees downward angle, camera angle. This drives so much differently than the Vani, though. I'm gonna have to adjust my driving. I'm still driving as if I'm driving the Vani, but this is much different. Much better than the Vani. Although the Vani is actually also pretty good. This is definitely slower though, because this is heavier. I think I can brake later, because it's not as fast, so I don't need to slow down as much. I keep sliding the rear though. I think I need to make adjustments on the suspension, because the center of mass is quite high. It really wants to lean over, and that's why it's starting to drift. It's already at a very low height though, so I can't lower it anymore. That would have been the easiest way to address that issue. Can I get away with more spacers? Not much. So I guess I can stiffen the front. How much more weight is there at the front? 60% more. That's more than the Vani, I believe. The Vani is more balanced. And yet I have double the stiffness at the front of the Vani, so this might actually need 400 at the front. Yeah, let's go with that. So far, it's feeling better. I'm not sure yet, though. Oh, there's our high center of gravity. We wanted to flip over. Oh, what? It just lost the rear all of a sudden. Yeah, it's still losing. I'm still losing the rear suddenly. But obviously, that only happens when I'm pushing it. I think the setup is still easier to drive though. Did not want to flip over that time. Yeah, it didn't slide this time there either. Also, I think I need to take different lines with this thing. I feel like the fastest way to drive this means taking different lines. Nowhere near as fast as the vani though. Not sure what lap times I should be doing really. Maybe I should be trail braking with this thing. Oh, that went off track. It's gonna be tricky maintaining the rear, keeping the rear from sliding while trail braking though. But I think that is gonna be faster if I can do it. Yeah, it really wants to slide out the rear when I'm turning and braking, but I think it's faster that way. No, I'm 1 second slower. Oh, and I'm almost out of gas. Hopefully I can finish this lap. Also 137. Hmm. So that 136, maybe because the tires are already past their ideal temp. We'll see. Yeah, I think the rears are getting too hot compared to the front. So I have to drive it differently then, so that the temperatures are balanced. Is this the front or the rear? It has to be the rear because usually the front is the one on top. So yeah, the rears are getting abused, I would say. To have to drive differently. Maybe we can adjust something about the setup. Not really sure. We can try more front bias. We might have went too far on the brake bias. Oh yeah, the rear is softer, so let's reduce the damping on it. That might help. And that's not really much else to change. Normally, I would just continue trying, but because this is 6 and 5%, and I already got a 136 seconds, which I think is fast for this thing, then I just gonna replace them already. Okay, that was terrible. I couldn't really tell when this car can put down the power. Maybe I need a higher FDR actually. But for this track, this FDR is already perfect for the speeds that I'm able to reach. But the acceleration is not ideal, I think. Yeah, I think it was the right choice to move more braking to the front. I feel like I can brake later now. I'm still sliding a little out of that corner. One 136.8 and we're still warming up the tires, I believe. Probably should have upgraded the brake pads at the front. It's not smoking though, but I think it is overheating. It's gotta be. This thing is heavy, and a lot of that weight is at the front, especially now that I moved the bias back to the front a little. Oh, it just couldn't turn at that speed. Tried to go too fast. I think that would have been a better lap if I didn't mess up at the end there. So now this lap is also compromised because my exit was pretty bad on that last corner. So I'm gonna ease up on the exits for now so that I don't overheat the tires yet. Because it might be the last chance to go full speed. In fact, the rear is already feeling like it's got less grip already. Does look like I'm not braking optimally still. But not because I need more front bias, but rather I need less. But if I go back to the other setup with the brake bias, it's gonna be too much. I just need a little less rear brake bias, I think. You were way behind my best lap time. Possibly because the braking is not actually better. Although it felt better initially. Maybe that's because the tires were still cold. Now that the tires are warmed up, especially the rears, then extra rear bias is better. Let's finish this lap and then have a look at what we're dealing with here. The tire temps and brake temps. Yeah, it feels like I'm losing the rear already. I haven't tried switching to sport mode though. That will help with the rear tire temps. Oh, that's pretty decent actually. 136.3. Still slower though. Okay, the front brakes gets really hot. And yeah, the rear tires are hotter than the front. And yeah, the easiest way to fix that is to not be sliding the rear as much by going in so I can switch to sport mode. And yeah, the rear tires are wearing out much faster. So I'm only replacing those. To grab some fuel while we're here. So yeah, by having sport mode, whenever I'm trying to put too much power down, instead of sliding the rear, the traction control should prevent me from sliding the rear, and hopefully that's enough of a difference that the rear tires won't be overheated anymore. Oh, the understeer. The traction, no, I don't, yeah, that's not the traction control. What's it called? Something is making is applying brakes in the corners. That's giving me understeer. One of the assists. Maybe stability control. I don't know if it's slowing me down or not though. It's not much of an understeer. 136.5, and I think I'm still warming up the tires. Yeah, there we go. Is that my fastest yet? 35? I've only been doing 36s, right? So from here, I don't know if we're gonna get more grip or we're gonna overheat the tires. In fact, that's much faster than my previous best, which is just the 136. That's more than half a second faster. I don't think this lap is gonna be as good. I feel like this lap has not been good so far, but let's see. Maybe there's more grip now. I feel like that exit is pretty bad as well, but maybe it's not. Yeah, 136.9. That lap was pretty bad. Oh, we're losing the rear again. Hopefully that's not because it's overheated. I would like to do a few more laps because I do have fuel for a bunch more laps. Yeah, 36.2. I feel like this thing can do better than that 35488. Maybe I need to let it cool down now because it is losing the rear. I think the front brakes are also overheated. I don't know why it's not smoking though. Yeah, it's slower now. Yeah, the front brakes are really hot. I don't know why it's not smoking. And the front tires are hotter now than the rear. Well, it's backwards on this side, but on this side, it is the front that is hotter. So I think the setup is good now. It's just the brake bias that I'm not sure of yet. I have F60 right now, or F70. What do I have? F60. Maybe I should try the F50 again. I don't know why the rear tires are still getting more worn out, other than because I'm sliding it. How heavy is this? 1 ton? What's the capacity of these? 700? So it's not the weight capacity. What's our temps? No. I should just respawn it to get the temperature reset. Alright, let's try again. So far it's feeling like I have too much braking on the rear, but I think once the tires are warmer, it'll feel better. I need to stop sliding the rear, especially on these warm-up laps. So I'm taking it easy right now to make sure we're actually gonna have a good balance once the tires are warm. Make sure not to slide the rear. And now we go full speed again. Taking a very different line than I usually do there because this is a boxy. One 136.7, still very slow. That felt like a good lap, but still not fast. Maybe now we're gonna have optimal tire temps, although I kind of brake too late for that corner. And I'm really sliding the rear out now. So we might be past the optimal temperatures again. But we'll see. This hasn't been too bad of a lap so far. It's really feeling like it has less grip now though. Yeah, the 137. So this is always the hottest tire. So I think I need to go back to the more front brake bias. Oh, the tires are the only thing that wore out. Interesting. I'm just gonna get one more lap time that is close to my best, because that best lap time was much better than everything else by at least half a second. So I'm gonna take it easy on the warm-up lap. The rears seem to be struggling. Although I don't really need to take it too easily on these right-hand corners. Just on the left ones. Because we're gonna get the tires warmed up faster if we're not too slow. Oh, but don't wanna slide the rear like that. So sliding on these right turns are fine, but don't wanna be sliding on these left turns. Not on the warm-up lap. Alright, let's see how fast we can go now. Car should be warm enough for a few laps. Only 136.6, but it did feel like it wasn't warm enough. Not sure about that corner as well. .35.8. That's close to my best lap. See if we can get another one of those. Ideally, something better than my best lap actually. But it might be a hard one to beat. Don't know about that last corner. 25.7, still good. Still not as good as my best though. Hopefully this lap can be better than my best. If the tires are not overheated yet, they might be. That last corner felt terrible. I feel like the tires are overheated now. Yeah, so I'm only able to use half a tank, which is what, 5 laps? 2 to 3 warm-up laps, and then another 2 to 3 full speed laps. Don't really think there's anything else to improve. The rear tires are still wearing out really fast. Can't really check the temperatures, the actual temperatures, because they cool down so fast. I think the FDR is perfect for this track already. Although, should probably use 529 outside of the track, outside of this track. I do have, yeah, I went with F60 instead of F50. The F50 wasn't too bad, so maybe I can actually soften the front. Make use of that extra front bias by putting more weight under braking there. Alright, let's see. We can do better now, hopefully. I really think I can beat that best lap time so far. It's just really hard because it's already really good. So hopefully now that I have softer front, it will be easier. Also, these cold tires are pretty bad. Almost couldn't stop it, slow down in time. I'm still taking it easy on the left turns for now, but I'm also not trying to not go too slowly because it didn't work last time. It just made me have to do a third lap to warm up the tires. While I am taking it easier on the left turns, I'm not taking it that much slower than when I'm going full speed. At least full speed on these cold tires. Alright, let's try to go full speed now. Hopefully that was good enough of a warm up. Oh, I missed my shifting there. I don't think that slowed me down very much though, because you can stay in the red zone for on the red line for a little bit, depending on how fast you're going. In fact, I've been doing that a few times now, where I rather than shifting up, I just stay in the red line. Maybe I should disable the rev limiter as recommended for drag racing. Oh, it went off track. Well, that lap is invalid now then. Don't think it was a fast lap anyway. Yeah, it was like just under 37. Sliding there, I really shouldn't be sliding there. 36.8, still slow. Oh, it's really sliding there. Might have to do with my softer front springs. Maybe I shouldn't have softened it. I think that's also why I've been sliding elsewhere. Yeah, that's also a slow lap. Hmm. Definitely want to stiffen the front again. Maybe I should even go with even stiffer front. And possibly... Nah. Stiffening the rear would make it want to slide more. Let's try that stiffer front. Alright, hopefully this is it. Oh, I think it needs 3 warm-up laps. I feel like the third lap is always slow. Oh yeah, I just remembered. Since the Cora is the weekly challenge car, I might do that after, but it's getting late. I've been here for a while now. Don't think I'm gonna have the time for that. Okay, I feel like the stiffer front is giving me understeer. I initially thought it was just because it was behaving differently that it wasn't steering, but after that corner, I think it's understeer. Yeah, it feels like stiffening the front is bad for understeer. But I'm gonna keep going with this. See if we can get at least a similar lap time. Hopefully better lap time. Wait, 35.8. That's good, right? We're aiming for 35.5. Huh. This might be better then, if I'm already doing that fast of a lap. My best is 35.4, right? So that's not far off, and I was thinking that was just a warm-up lap. Because that was my second lap, right? So the tires are not fully warmed up yet. Huh. There's only a little bit of understeer. Ideally there isn't, but if this is faster then I'll take that little bit of understeer. Okay, we're slower, 36.1, but still not that much slower. And we're not at the optimal temperatures yet anyway. At least I don't think so. Maybe now I am though. Yeah, this lap felt like I had good grip, but I'm already at half tank and this is usually where the tires start losing grip. 35.9. See if we can do one more lap. Hopefully the tires are not overheated yet. Yeah, felt like I still have good grip this lap. I don't know if I made good use of it though. Okay, it's starting to lose grip now, I think. So if this is not a fast lap, then I'm not beating my best lap time. Yeah, 36.4. Even though it felt like it still had good grip, it had less grip. I don't think I had my recording going when I did that best lap. So I'm gonna have to take it from the live stream. I forgot to start the recording in some of these runs. Oh yeah, the tires are also worn out. Maybe I was thinking of taking a break already, but let's do one more attempt with fresh tires and brakes. Also, I think I have very shiny paint on this thing. I don't remember what I put on this. 6005. Yeah, I think it's not as shiny as I originally did it. Used to be too shiny, but I wasn't really noticing the extreme shininess anymore. But it does still look very shiny, and that is how I want it. I do want it to be shinier than my usual. So we're not changing anything. We're just replacing everything and then respawning to reset the temperatures. Alright, I'm gonna start recording already, even though I gotta do warm-up laps first, just so I don't forget. And hopefully I can beat my best lap. Oh yeah, I have cold tires. I should have braked so late. Well, it stopped it just fine. I need to brake earlier though, just like that. Not really by much, because we have really good brakes now. Unlike back in the day, before this update, at least not that long ago. Just before this update. That brake bias tuning really helps out a lot. I don't know why the dev took so long to implement it when we had the brake overheating feature for a long time now. I would have, if I was developing this game, I would have not implemented that brake overheating feature until there's brake bias tuning. Because it just meant that everybody's overheating their front brakes and not getting good braking distances despite the overheated brakes. I'm really not sure how to drive this, how to best drive this thing. I feel like I can take so many different lines. I don't know which one is the fastest. I don't think driving through the curbs over there is working out. So the tires should be warm now, but probably not at optimal grip yet. By the way, I don't think I've seen you in my Discord. I have a Discord server where I posted all of my builds. That's kind of the whole reason I even made the server, because I have so many builds in this game that I had to make my own just to properly showcase each one. So if you're not there, you should join my Discord, because I even post stuff like like stuff that will help you improve your racing and whatnot. It's not just it's no longer just my builds. It started as just for my builds, but there's so many more stuff there now. 36.9, still slow. It's linked in, yeah, you're on YouTube, so you should be able to see the link in the description. These stiffer front springs may not be working out after all, because I'm not getting the lap times I'm expecting. A lot of my builds are, they still work, but with all the updates recently, most of them could use an update. In fact, when 7.15 released, I wanted to update everything within this year, so by the end of the year, but it's not looking like I'm even gonna have half of them updated by then. Because for Halloween this year, I made a bunch of Mad Max builds, and that took a lot more time than I expected it would. In fact, I didn't even get to finish most of them. It's just the two main cars that I finished so far. The Hot Rod and the Interceptor. Well, the original Mad Max MFP cars are also done. The two police cars from the original Mad Max movie. But the ones that I specifically made supposedly for Halloween, the Apocalypse Mad Max cars, I only managed to complete them visually, like the paint, the light attachments and whatnot. But the setups are pretty much stock, other than the ride height and spacers. Yeah, this is worse. So I think that's it for this build. I'm going to put the 400% springs back and then upload this. The rear tires are really getting worn down. It's already up to 5% off again, even though the fronts are still 0%. And speaking of, now that, oh, I didn't upload yet. Let me, I should have uploaded already. Let me refuel first. They already drove out of the garage. So it's Friday today. I'm gonna be streaming late up to a later time than I do on the weekdays. But before I continue with the rest of this stream, I need a break. So for now, I'm going back to the main menu and putting on some recordings of me setting number one on their leaderboard for their respective cores. Hopefully, before it loops the playlist, because there's only a few of them and these are only a minute or so, I'd be done with my break. So, yeah, I'm taking a break, a short break. So, see y'all later. Ready. Let's just finish this race, I guess. Oh yeah, I need Oh, and then there goes the the stuttering. Just I had a defective SSD during this. My SSD was dying. So my gameplay was not stuttering, but the recordings are filled with stutters. Oh yeah, it's the same guy that I was racing on the previous race, who is in first place of this one. So yeah, I'm a little bit faster than him usually, if I remember. I might be confusing him with someone else though. Because I haven't really participated in these in a long time. These are all very old. Let's see the lap times. If it shows it, the lap times. I might have cut it before it shows though. You mean like those obstacle courses? Nah. I wouldn't really call them skill test maps, unless you're talking about something else. Most of the ones that I saw that people claim are skill tests are not really a test of skill, it's more just getting lucky with the stunts. Yeah, these are faster. He was the same guy I was racing earlier. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm faster than him. My best lap at least. By over a second. Almost a second and a half. All right, we're ready to go back. Oh, it's this race. This is one of my favorite races, but you guys can find those in my channel. I have a playlist for all of these. Yeah, that race that I had to stop because we need to go back to Motortown was one of my favorite because we had that was created by someone who knows some tricks on the creator that allowed the Formula Ra tire wear mechanic to be implemented on other races. So that wasn't a normal GTA race. That was a race where we had tire wear. And it's a multi-class race as well. So that was a lot of fun. I ended it's 12 laps, but instead of replacing my tires on after 6 laps or after every 4 laps, I went up to 8 laps and then pitted. So I drove for a while with worn tires, but then I had really good tires at the end, and so the finish ended up really good. You can find that in my GTA Online racing playlist. That was a really fun one. So we're done with the vani, the stagon, and the boxy. So we only have the Kira and the Cora. They should all be exactly the same. Oh yeah, the FDR. We have more FDR options now. Yeah, it's a reference to the image right there on the screen. Someone made that. That's not something that I made. That Vani with Boo Boo Bus. That's someone else's build from 2 years ago when the decals feature was added to Motortown. The first car meet with decals. So this is my new racing Kira setup. Let's see what the differences are. Oh yeah, 5 speed of course, because it's lighter. Yeah, because it has less gears, so higher FDR. Not sure about the short intake. It doesn't have the arrow thing, so maybe I should uncheck that. A large radiator. Yeah, because we're gonna be. Well, it depends on the track, on whether that's gonna be useful or not. Because when you're racing with these diesel engines, you have such a big grip range of where you have good torque and horsepower that unless you need to change gear, you really should just find that one gear that allows you to do as much of the track as you can, so that you don't need to switch gears because the switching of gears is takes so long that you lose so much time if you have to change gears. I already have one. This is the one. That's why I'm comparing it. This is a racing setup already. Not the one that I have on this thing, but the one that I have in the workshop. So the spacers to 20 to save a little bit of weight because the 20 millimeter ones are 0 kilograms. Stiffer springs in the back. Interesting. Oh yeah, that might be to help with understeer, because yeah, I think this thing has some understeer. Although oh no, I stiffened the roll bar at the front as well. Hmm. So those cancel out each other in terms of weight transfer. The hitch doesn't add weight, so I can keep that. And I think, yeah, I want to remove the roof rack. And yeah, I think that's it. So we have floating lights right now. But anyway, this is not really supposed to be for racing anyway, because yeah, I already have a racing setup in the workshop for the Cura van. But still, I wanna try this out. Because I don't think I ever tested it here at Ansan. Oh yeah, don't change gears unless you need to. I think third gear is... No, it looks like third gear is a little too high. This is gonna be much slower, by the way. I see you trying to follow me there, Neri. This is gonna be way slower than the others. Because this is much heavier and the diesel engines are all about torque, not speed. Oh yeah, I should tune the brakes. I forgot. Yeah, sure. Uh, I think I need a different transmission here. You gonna bring your own Kira here? I think it's possible to just use one gear. You just need a different ratio. Something higher, maybe 1.56. I might need something a little bit higher though. But I don't want to go too high if I can avoid it. Oh, I forgot to. We need to tune the brakes first. I forgot to tune the brakes again. Yeah, this brakes is not good. Although we're not really going very fast though, so we don't really need. I'm already braking a lot later than the other cars that I was testing earlier, just because it's so much slower. So the gearing seems fine here. Was the first corner the slowest corner? It might be, because that's a complete U-turn, unlike all the other corners. Let's see what we can do with the brakes. So we're gonna be able to brake even later than, even though I'm already braking very late. I might have also messed with the braking here. No. Okay. Actually, we might be able to increase the brake power as well. Yeah, looks like we can brake much more. So let's even go, you know what, let's try 200. Okay, it looks like I need more rear bias. You know what, let's go for this. Let's have a look at our skid marks. Considering I'm at 200% brake power, these skid marks are really light. It's bouncing around though, even though I have stiff suspension and strong dampers. Let's see if we can do something about that. Maybe I should go 400 all around and maximum dampers all around. Yeah, it's still bouncing around. It looks pretty even though. The the darkness of the front and the rear. Well, at the start, the front gets loaded more, so it makes sense. But also, I'm already at the maximum rear bias, so I can't really do much more than that. So I think I'm just gonna have to go with this. Also, let's try drift mode. So can we brake this late? Yeah, we have a lot of braking. We can brake super late. Oh, I should replace the image here. Alright, hang on. I have an image for this one as well. Let me just find it. So for those who don't know, this character is not Sadako. It's actually from an anime because it's so much easier to make anime characters with the decal system that we have. It's from the anime is called From Me to You, or in Japanese I guess it's Kimi ni Todoke, and they call her Sawako. Well, that's her name. That's her actual name. That's just what they call her. That's actually her name. So let's grab this. Then where's my other one? Not that. Actually, we can go with this one. This is a funny one. Oh, but then I'm gonna crop that. Well, that's fine. Right, this works. Save that and replace the image. There we go. So this second part here is what I wrote in the truck, although I only put two of the X's. Because when I made these, we can't size down the decals as much as we can now. The smallest decal size you can make when I made this was much larger than the current smallest that you can make it. And the green and brown is supposed to be their classroom blackboard. So the text is white because you write with white chalk on the blackboard. Oh yeah, I shouldn't be shifting up, I don't think. Yeah, I can just stay in third here. Actually, it might be not fast enough. Also, I remembered something. Let me show you this. Hang on. I have this clip from last year's Halloween event. Where is it? Wait, why do I have two? Oh, is this the other one? Oh, there's one. So how do I... So the thing is, this caravan has a door on the side that you can open. And when you open it, you can get inside. So I was able to do this. You can poke your own head out of the door.
Hello.
This is Shaz recording my character, poking his head out the door. So obviously, me and Shaz always
Hello.
upload our POV of the events. And yeah, I made a clip from Shaz's video.
Hello.
I opened the door there to adjust my position, because yeah, because obviously once you close the door and your character gets moved, then it's not lined up with the door properly anymore, so I had to open the door to line up my character again. 200% braking might be too much now that I think about it, because I am leaving a lot of skid marks. Oh, I thought you just got disconnected. Alright. I'm also gonna be streaming tomorrow and maybe even today after, because it's the weekend and I don't really have anything planned. And I do want to get these done, these builds done. I'm still leaving a lot of skid marks. Also, Mr. Bug is here on his live account, so he's gotta be live streaming as well. Let's actually have a look at that. But hang on. So I don't need the radiator. I think I should have the short intake, but not for this track though. I think for this track I should actually. Oh yeah, it's Friday. You guys are gonna have a race, right? What time is the race anyway? Is it in a few hours? Actually, let me try stock brake power. $149. Would you say that's fast though, or is that just what you happen to get? So I don't have anything, yeah. I think that's it then. Let me go for another run. Did you look at your tire temperatures? Oh, second run, then your tires are probably not heated up yet. I find that it takes at least 2 laps, and because the boxy earlier even took 3 laps to get up to optimal temps. Although now that I think about it, the boxy overheats quickly. Well, it's actually the first one to overheat, I think. I don't think I was having overheating issues with the other cars. But also the boxy took a while to heat up. Like you can really tell that it has less grip in the first 2 laps and even the third lap. Although I have different, this thing has different tires because it's a truck. It has truck tires. Well, it's a new thing. You'll notice it once you've done more testing. Well, if you ever do testing. I've been doing a lot of testing, especially for the Raven, because the Raven was tough to handle. It didn't even I didn't even realize it soon enough that part of the reason the Raven was feeling inconsistent and very slidey sometimes was because of the cold tires. Oh, I went too quickly through that. Somehow did not hit the wall though. So my exit on that last corner was pretty bad. So I can't brake. Maybe I do need that increased brake power. I don't know if that was because I'm back to the stock brake power or if I was just too fast. Yeah, I guess different cars will feel it differently. I doubt the Raven has good downforce though. So that's a good vehicle to feel out the extra grip because it's all mechanical grip, I think anyway. Because there's no aero pieces on it and it's a hot rod, so I doubt it has good downforce. But yeah, on when I was testing that, I didn't notice it at first. Cause like, cause the tires cool down so fast. If you keep stopping on the pit lane to change something, you have to warm up your tires again. Even if it's just to quickly repair. Like you drive in there, go to the repair menu in a couple seconds and then exit. That still cools down the tire so fast. So you really need to race continuously to feel the extra grip because it takes a while to warm up, but also it cools down super fast if you're not racing. And also, if you're sliding around, that heats up the tire really fast. So if you do a few drifts, then you can warm up the rear tires quickly, but obviously your front tires are not gonna be as warm, so it's better to just do some warm-up laps. I should have refueled. I need to refuel now. I forgot this thing has a tiny fuel tank. I need to also check my braking again. Alright. Let's check Let me check what bug is doing. What's happening there? Oh, it's doing planks with a lobo. Okay. How heavy is the lobo anyway? The plank might be heavier than the lobo. A single plank. Oh yeah, I need to test the brakes again. Because I'm back to the stock, but it's still leaving skid marks. Leaving very light skid marks though. So I think I can actually use a little bit more. And maybe I have too much rear bias. Because I'm seeing skid marks from the dualies in the back. Yeah, I think the reason I thought I need a lot of rear bias is because I have the really high brake power at 200%. So maybe I can actually use this. Yeah, at 150, both are leaving skid marks. Let's go back to 130, but keep the F70. Yeah, so both the front and the rear are still skidding, but I think this is good now. So let's go for some laps. So that's my first good lap, I think, 150.5. Well, my first complete lap at least. It's really like to bounce around, but the dampers are already maxed out. Oh, are we overheating the brakes? There was smoke coming out of the front. It was a little bit of smoke, but then we've also been having overheated brakes that don't smoke earlier. Okay, now it's smoking a lot. Yeah, the boxy's brakes was definitely overheating earlier, but it wasn't leaving any smokes. Doesn't seem to want to steer even a little bit on the braking. So maybe I need to give it a little bit more rear brake bias. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at the weight distribution. This is probably front heavy as well. I can probably take very different lines with this thing as well. I can definitely drive over the curbs just fine though. Yeah, it doesn't even feel it. Okay, that's my new best, 150. I don't remember having brake overheat issues in the race where I used the caravan. Okay, I should definitely be taking different race lines. Not really getting any faster with the different lines though. I want to slow down for this, I think. Can't really use the curbs even though this can handle the curbs just fine. Oh, that was faster. So I think I am correct with my different lines. I just have to find the better lines. So even with this rear brake bias tuning, the front brakes are still overheating. Ooh, I almost did a 148. So yeah, these lines that I'm taking are definitely better. Yeah, it's all about maintaining as much speed through the corners, I think, because the acceleration is really slow. So I need to carry as much speed as I can through this section. I think I can go faster through there than that. Alright, this felt like a decent lap. I don't know if it's gonna be as fast. Oh, it's really fast. 147. We went straight from 149 to 147. Yeah, ride these inside curves as much as I can to carry the speed. Not on these U-turns though. Just get us the wide line. I'm still not sure how to do this section because I have to set myself up for the chicanes. Well, for the last chicanes. This first chicane is not easy though. You do have to slow down for it. Yeah, it feels like I can go through there much quicker. I'm running out of fuel. Oh, I'm out. Well, I thought I had enough for that lap. That could have been a quick lap as well. Oh, we didn't even take damage there. Yeah, the tires are cold. I doubt they're getting warmed up, even. Not by much, at least. I'm thinking a little more to the rear? I don't think there's really anything else to change. Maybe a long intake? Yeah, let's try a long intake actually. Oh yeah, I'm out of fuel. I should have stopped at the gas station, not here. Oh, it didn't get me out quickly enough. So I'm thinking I don't really have any steering issues, but having warm front tires are still gonna help with the braking. Also, why is one of my lights a different color? What happened? Oh, is this the same color as what my decal is? No, this is pink. What happened? Why was that the wrong color? Oh, that thing is also a wrong color. What? It's the same. Why does this thing have colors like that? The heck? Huh. So I changed my intake and I have more brakes on the rear. Oh yeah, the brakes are overheating. I forgot. I probably need to go back for that. What are our options for brake pads on this thing anyway? We only have one option. I don't think that's gonna be good enough. Because we're really, yeah, that brakes is getting really hot. Hmm. Guess we can try. Our brakes are still hot. Yeah. Let's see if it stays hot or if it actually gets cold now that it's upgraded. Also, instead of using a long intake, I actually should just be changing gears. But second is too slow. And I don't really want to make it mess with the transmission anymore. Just to get it to the perfect setup for this track. Because I'm not trying to get the fastest lap time possible on this track with this vehicle. I'm just testing here. I think I got up to a higher speed than before. So yeah, I think the long intake was the right choice, but I guess the lap time will confirm that. Already doing 148. That's good. Then we might be able to do a 146, I'm guessing. Assuming I can drive as well as I did earlier, but with this better setup. I don't think that was the right way to take that corner. That was probably slower than if I just didn't go over the curves. So used to the much faster vehicles that I'm still not really taking the optimal line for this vehicle. This thing really needs a different line. Oh, we're already doing 147. So yeah, I think 146 is possible then. If I can just drive better. Wait, I did a 147 despite the way I took this corner here before. So that might have been fast actually, I don't know. Oh, we're sliding. This is really where I think you can gain and lose a lot of time though through these chicanes. 146.6. Maybe we can do a 145 then. 'Cause that lap didn't feel anything close to perfect. Yeah, go through the inside there. Although it didn't really come out of there quickly, I don't think. Use all of the exit, including the curbs, which I normally do my best to avoid. But in this car, you can use the curbs. Oh, I might be going too wide. Ooh, that was really close to going off track. And then for this chicanes, yeah, I'm still not really carrying anywhere near as much speed as I can through there. I have so much grip to go through the chicanes, but I don't have the speed to use all that grip because of the first chicane. Yeah, that was way slower. A full second slower. Oh, this corner is not ideal. Carry as much speed through here as I can without going off track. Ooh. So that has to be fast then. So I nearly went off track in a bunch of the sections there just to maintain the speed. Yeah, that last section was fast, but I don't think the rest of that lap was. So it was just a little bit slower than my current best. Okay, feels good so far. That didn't feel ideal, but might still be quick. Ooh, nearly went off track there again. I got a little bit more slide coming out of that corner than I was expecting. Might be time to go do a pit stop. 146.3. So yeah, that's my current best. I think a 145 is possible. It's just really hard. You really have to minimize the your braking, but without going too fast that you'll end up off track or unable to make the corners. Very different than the cars that I've been testing today. Tires are still good, so are the brake pads, even though we're overheating. So, wait, what's the temperature in the back? Yeah, they're always cold, but I'm resetting anyways just to remove all the heat from the brake pads. So hopefully it won't overheat anymore. Ooh, that felt quick. Oh, it's the curbs made me slide out. I didn't really take the curbs well. That felt fine. Maybe I should just be using the shortest path through here instead of taking the usual racing line there. Because I have lots of work through there anyways. Ooh, I almost went off there. I didn't even realize there's enough space between the white line and the wall to go off track there. Because I've never taken that kind of line. Oh yeah, that lap doesn't even count because I came out of from the pits. Oh well. This. I think that was slow. Okay, that's better through there. That's also better, I think. Than my last lap anyway. Not sure compared to my best lap. I just hug the inside here for the shortest distance. Oh, I went too far right. That was not fast. 146.5. That was a decent lap then. Oh, am I too fast? Oh yeah. Well, this lap is invalid now. I braked too early coming into that first corner, so I tried to compensate by accelerating early, but then couldn't make the corner anymore. It's really the bouncing around that's making it hard to take the line that I'm trying to go for, giving me inconsistent grip as it bounces around. I didn't see how fast that was because it just told me the off track. I wasn't looking at the top right. I should have been looking there when I knew that I have an invalid lap, so at least I know how quick it was. Oh, went too far on the inside. So another invalid lap then. I keep moving to the right here even though I really just need to go left. Because most other vehicles you want to go left there so you can make the left turn, but with this thing you have so much grip. I wasn't looking at the top right, I guess. I don't know how fast that lap was. Oh, I braked too late? Hmm. I thought I braked at the usual spot there. But I guess I was carrying too much speed, and I'm off track anyways. Oh, I braked too early. Well, I also that ruins the next lap as well because now I'm slow here. So let me just turn around and try that again. Huh, it didn't say I'm off track. Maybe because I was driving back, so it didn't really care that I was cutting the section because I already drove past it. Whoa! Ah, dang it. I thought I would be able to keep it on the track. I'm running out of fuel here doing invalid laps by keep going off tracks. Alright, let's see. I can get this next lap properly. Oh, I think this was a good exit. That was fine, I think. Oh, don't go off track again. Almost went off track there as well. But I guess that's just how it is with this thing. You have to really use all of the track. No, I thought I would be able to keep it there. Dang. Almost went off there. So this might be a good exit as well. I'm really running low on fuel now though. Okay, that was only a 146 lap anyways. Not sure about that slide on the exit. Or this. That was a lot of slide and I missed the apex quite a bit. Once again, I'm find myself getting pulled to the right there, even though I should be going left. Just so used to going right there for the racing line that this thing does not need. Ah, this feels slow. Not sure about that. One 145. Can I do one more lap before I run out of fuel? And can we beat my new best lap time? I don't think I have enough fuel. I'm going for it. Ooh, managed to keep it on track. Oh, well, that ruins the lap, I think. I didn't go off track yet. Don't have enough fuel though. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna make it with this fuel. Oh well. Oh, Simon is back. Yeah, that's not enough fuel. There we go. I'm out of fuel now. Interesting. I didn't turn off the engine, but because I'm out of fuel, my light that is assigned to engine on got turned off. Even though, well, I guess, yeah, the truck was stopped running when I put it in neutral. The engine, that is. Alright, so this is a racing setup, but it has stiff springs. You can probably do fine with deliveries on this. It even has maximum roll bars. Oh, I can go lower the height. I didn't really feel like it needed to be lower though. But I guess you can make it lower if you want. Gira wheels are the lightest for trucks because it's only 60 kilograms. Everything else is 80 or more. And let me remove the hitch just so it's obvious that this is a racing setup. So now we need to test for cargo delivery. I'm running out of time though, and I don't Not sure what kind of test I need for this truck. Also, I haven't updated the lights on this, although I don't really know what else to do with lights on this thing. I just put on the green lights to light up the green section. So this is only 10 lights, I believe. That's one, two, three, six, seven, eight. Oh, there's only four on this, two per side, actually. I thought, yeah, that does look like it's only two per side, actually. So one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, and then 10, because this is an old build, so it only has 10 lights. So I think I'll save the cargo delivery build and light updates for some other time, because I still have this thing that I want to do, the cora. Our time to beat 87 seconds. I have no idea how hard that will be with a cora. That is a fast lap time though. 87.3. Do I have the correct lights on this? Looks like I do. Yeah, it's got those hidden police lights. Maybe not in the placement that I want it to be though. Let's look at my other police lights. If I even have something else like this. Does this have? I think this does. Oh, it's all blue though. And doesn't have the lower lights. It's just the top lights. Don't think I have any other examples. Yeah, these are all. Well, maybe the Raton. Oh, this has very different lights though. Yeah, this is completely different. Anything else? Do I really not have? That's my old setup on the Hydro. I think I tried something with one of my servos. I just haven't tagged it. This thing. Oh, it's also different. Hmm. Well, it has the front thing, which is similar to what I have on the Cora. Yeah, that's the same light setup, at least on the front. The back is different, which I think is wrong on the servos. I think it should be like the Cora. Yeah, I think I have this correct. How many lights does this thing even have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 16. It can have 4 more lights. I don't think there's any more lights that I want to add though. Yeah, I don't think there's more to add. Let's see my old Cora build. This is a taxi setup, yeah, very stiff. I don't think I should use this. Let me look at Discord. What do I have about this build? Master list, Cora. Yeah, comfort. Oh, it's a race setup as well. For Ole Speedway. Huh, interesting. So even though this is really a taxi setup, it did fine at Ole. Actually, yeah, let's look through what this thing has. Definitely want the 320 V8. I'm not gonna compete with the V12 on the leaderboard because I don't want to make a build with the V12 on this thing. Maybe, well, it is Cora week. Maybe I can try with the V12 later once we've got these V8 set up down. So lower FDR because we're increasing the power and we're changing the transmission. So I want all of that. Definitely want the KM2s. Don't really want to change the wheels. I don't want 60-70 spacers. The spring and dampers are inverted. Interesting. The rear is lower than the front, but the front is also lowered. I don't think I want that roll bar setup. I don't want the taxi license. Do I want the aero? If I want to go fast, I'm probably gonna want the aero, but I don't know what the effects are, so let me just uncheck them all for now and have a look at what we have now. Definitely gonna want the stage 1 turbo. And probably because I added even more power with the turbo, probably want that even lower FDR. Definitely want more rear brake bias based on my experience with this. I think I'm gonna go 300 all around on the springs. Keep that damper set up. Maybe lower the front. Hmm, actually, what's the stock height? I think the stock height is fine. Let's go stock. Because this is supposed to be an unmarked car. You don't want to make it look too much like meant to be very fast. Um, Probably gonna want the spacers. You have the KM2s already. How heavy is this wheel? Where even is it? 20, that's fine. But maybe there's something better? Kinda like this. Yeah, and it's lighter. Let's put this on and then keep looking. Fortem is lighter, but not by much. I don't think I want this, but it does look nice for for an unmarked vehicle, although it might be too obvious. And it's heavier. Same with that. Tuscan GT looks nice as well, but it's also still heavier, even though it's not as heavy. Hmm. The pulse wheel's not that bad. I wouldn't say matches the car though. Yeah, maybe with a different design on the car. This one too. If the car had a different design, I think it would look good. Oh, why am I scrolling up? Also, the dev implementing these two wheels tells me that he's aware that the game needs these customization on the size and the thickness. So hopefully we do get that customization soon. Definitely gonna want the extra downforce from this. That doesn't provide downforce. Same with this. I want that. And that. Why is that white? I'm not sure about the spoiler though. Well, the wing rather. But it definitely will be better for the performance, so I guess we'll put that on. What does this change? What am I looking at? So it removes the cob, or is it actually a completely different headlight? Hmm. Kind of prefer this for the for this design. Definitely don't want the license or the hitch. Is that the same? Yeah, that's the same. Let's make the wing and the spoiler the same as well. Change the seat with that. There's no skins for this car. Alright, I think we're good to go now. We just have to tune to test the brakes. Oh, the brakes are weak. It's not even leaving skid marks. We gotta increase that. Okay, we have too much front bias for sure. Maybe F60. I might need to lower the FDR somewhere as well. That looks good. It's bouncing around. Maybe we need more dampers. And maybe only 130 instead of 150. That looks too weak now, but it is still leaving skid marks. So we can go try this. Let's try 373 FDR as well. There's some understeer. Oh, we're even in third gear, we're doing a little burnout. Definitely need to fix that understeer. It's too much understeer. So on my old setup, I have stiffer roll bars at the front, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 120/50. Should I soften the rear or stiffen the front? We can try both. Go with the extreme and see if that improves or makes the understeer worse. And then try the reverse after this. Yeah, this feels better, but oh, those deadly curbs. Yeah, they're still understeer though. Like, I'm not sure if that's actually better. Let's see what happens if we do it the other way around. So this feels both having it the roll bars this two opposite ways feels not much different. What if I make all of it really soft though? Because I'm not seeing much what do you call it? The car is not really tilting on the corners. Oh, I brake too late. I'm not driving the caravan anymore. Gotta brake earlier than that. But this feels like the way to go. Oh, I did not want to damage the car there. But let's don't think I did damage that much. Hopefully not anyways. The springs does feel like it's on the stiff side, which is probably why I had to soften the roll bars. But it doesn't feel too stiff. I should probably soften it still though. Wait, off track? I went off track? Anyways, that was under 129, I believe, which was pretty good. Yeah, it's only 2% damage. What was it that I wanted to change? I think I want a little more front brake bias. Oh yeah, the stiffness. It feels too stiff. I think I'm keeping the roll bar soft for now, even though I already softened the springs. But I might have to return this to the stock roll bars now that I have softer springs. Definitely still have a little bit of understeer. Well, actually, no, not just a little bit, but it's manageable understeer at least. Alright, let's see how fast of a lap time we can get. No, I don't know where to brake here. 'Cause I haven't done a proper lap starting from the back there. Definitely need to adjust the suspension still for the understeer. Because even though it's manageable, it's pretty bad. Like I said, it's not just a little bit of understeer. Oh, went too far the inside there. Because I was expecting understeer. 127. Isn't that faster than what's on the leaderboard? So if I didn't go off track. Oh, it might not be. It depends on. Yeah, because this is 27, but I don't know what my decimal numbers are. So that's not a fast lap time then, because he's using a V12. He should be faster by around half a second, I would say. Anyways, I don't think I should have added front brakes. I think I'm going back to F60. And then maybe go even softer? Maybe just the rear, actually. Wait, I still have... Yeah, I still have the roll bars. Let's, yeah, let's go 150 on all of them, but without the roll bars. Now that I softened the springs, maybe I should have kept the more front brake bias, because there's more weight transfer under braking, giving my front more grip. Yeah, I think now that I softened it, and it does feel better with this softer setup. settings. Let me go and do that. Let's put the balance more to the front once again. Brakes are still good. What's the temps though? It's overheating. So need to upgrade the pads. I don't think it's gonna be enough, but I'm upgrading it anyways. Especially because I'm going back to the more front brake bias. It was overheating even though I had the F60. There's still understeer though. The braking is better with this softer setup though, at least. Even though there's still understeer. Well, this car is pretty lightweight, even though it's big. So the fact that I have the 320 engine in front is probably the main reason why it's having understeer and why it's none of my suspension changes is helping with it. But I should be able to at least minimize it, because yeah, that's too much understeer. I have to adjust the suspension for that. Let's finish this lap though. Yeah, well, I'm already doing 127. Can definitely beat that current number one without using the V12. But first, we gotta try to find a way to fix that understeer. Well, I have softer springs now, so I should probably lower the dampers at the front and maybe a little bit on the rear as well. Let's try maximum anti-roll at the front, see if that's gonna help. And maybe lower the rear. Not that much. Oh yeah, let's check our temperatures. I think we're still overheating the front. Just because this thing is so light that with the 320 we're getting up to so much speed that the brakes really need to do a lot of work at the end of the straights. Don't think we can prevent the overheating. Oh, that's a lot of understeer. I don't think my adjustment worked. I think I'd made it worse. So I can try the opposite, where I stiffen the roll bar on the rear instead. We can't even drive with manageable understeer. Then this is gonna be horrible with the V12 for later. Because the V12 is gonna make the understeer worse. I don't think anyone on the Cora leaderboard is playing on this version, 716. I think they're all still on 715. That's why it's easy to beat. Well, I say that, but I haven't beaten it yet. But yeah, I think I'll be able to beat it once I get this set up properly. 'Cause I already got a similar lap time, even though I'm not on a V12. There's still a lot of understeer. I need to brake earlier for that. Almost drifted off track because it just has so much power, even though it wasn't full throttle. What else can we try to reduce that understeer? Definitely better now. Let's try the other way again. Yes. In fact, let's go soften the rear even. Or wait, wasn't that what I tried earlier, just without the softer rear? Well, let's go test this, I guess. Find out. Maybe I just needed to soften the rear. Also, I'm still driving in drift mode. I can probably get better lap times in sport mode. Because this is a lot of power for this lightweight car. Ooh, almost went off track there. Wait, I did go off track? Oh, that's because I was in the pits. Oh well, I went off again. Oh yeah, I'm low on gas now. Need to refuel soon. And this is an invalid lap anyways. The understeer is pretty bad though. And the suspension still feels like it's on the stiff side. Maybe I should just soften the springs instead of messing with the roll bars. Oh, we have body damage. When did that happen? This will probably drive better if I lower the rear some more. Oh wait, I should remove the images now since we're well, not this one. Oh yeah, I should add the gear event to that. Did I even take a screenshot of it? I did. Okay, I can add it then. There it is. Let's add it onto there. There we go. Oh, we have softer springs now. Let's see how this does. I'm at the I have the F7 brake bias, right? Yeah, F70. Oh, we're getting a lot of body roll now with the soft springs. Maybe I should have gone with 120 instead of the stock. The understeer is definitely reduced though. Might need to adjust the brake bias now that I have this stuff set up. Might be better to have more brake bias at the front again because of the increased weight transfer at the front. But this is feeling good already though. Let's try for a lap. Hopefully we can take the number one spot with this. Oh, I should have braked some more. There's definitely still understeer though. It's just not as much of an issue. So maybe I should keep the 100 stiffness instead of trying the 120. Only 128. I thought that was a good lap. Well, actually, that was not that was far from ideal. It was good, but not ideal. So that lap time actually makes sense. Oh, pulling a burnout into third. And there we go. We beat the number one spot. Let's see if we can go even faster. Well, not if we off track right at the first corner. So I'm thinking of checking the brakes. Uh, Maybe we should just reduce the power? But the stock one was too weak, I thought. Huh. I'm already at 130. Same as the weight, the 2 kilogram weight, and this is a lightweight car. In fact, let's have a look at that. Yeah, this is only, well, actually, it's not as light as I thought. 1.5. But still, every little bit of weight matters. And we do have, yeah, we're at 15 kg wheels. So not the lightest, but that's fine, because I'm not going for, we're already the number ones, at the number one spot. We don't need go any faster. In fact, we beat it by half a second. Yeah, because it was only 27. I did a 126 with a V8. We can probably do better with um so maybe we can actually stiffen the springs but raise the height and soften the roll bars. It's too bad there's only one option to soften the roll bar, which is half, which is a massive difference. I wish there was like an 80% at least, like with the springs and dampers. Oh yeah, I should be adjusting the dampers as well to get that more responsive steering. The tires and brakes are doing well now. It seems to not be overheating somehow. I really thought it would be overheating still. even with the upgraded pads. I guess yeah, this is only a 1.5 ton core, so it's not that much weight. So the upgraded pads really make a good difference there. I still haven't tried sport mode as well. I might be able to do. I probably can go faster in sport mode, but when tuning the car, it's much easier for me to tell what the car needs if I'm in full control of it in drift mode. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe that's why I was able to beat the number one spot. Because because the V12 is heavy, and I'm already able to go really fast with just the V8. So the extra power may not actually be all that useful here for this car. Yeah, the steering still feels good, even though I already stiffened the suspension. Oh, didn't say off track. Did I already go off track? Is that why I didn't care? I don't remember that if I went off track already. But regardless, that lap is invalid. Ooh, almost went off track there because of the bounce from the curb. I can take the corners faster now with the reduced understeer. Still need to brake on the correct place though. Especially on those U-turn. And there is still understeer. But I think we can't really eliminate the understeer when the car is balanced the way it is. I think it's time to go into sport mode now. Oh, how did I... Huh? How did I overshot that? Did I really need to brake earlier? I didn't even think my exit on the last corner was good. I thought I'd be slower because of that, but apparently I needed to brake earlier. Or did I just miss the braking point and brake later than I thought? Oh yeah, I'm in sport mode now. I'm still driving as if I'm in drift mode. Do not go off track somehow. I don't know how that didn't count as off track, but I'll take it. It wasn't a fast lap anyway. Well, we went off track somewhere, so I guess that's why it didn't say that I went off track, because I already had an off track. Okay, I need to adjust my braking points because apparently I'm carrying more speed somehow from somewhere. I don't know where, but I'm definitely approaching the corners faster because my braking is not enough. I'm doing the same thing. Oh, and there's the understeer. All right, let's refuel. Do we have to repair anything? Oh yeah, it's time to replace the stuff and check the condition. Yeah, the front is has got to be close to overheating, if not already overheating. Most stable at high speeds, probably the Fordham, because it's got a lot of downforce with the spoiler. Oh yeah, already repaired. Maybe I should respawn though to cool off the brakes. So what's our current best? 26.8. Oh, even coming out of the pits, I can't brake enough. I don't know where where I'm getting the extra speed, even though I didn't start from the last corner. So I guess I'm just braking early. I just have to brake early rather. If you're having trouble keeping the car stable at high speeds, which is normal because you are going at high speeds, you might want to look into your controls instead of your car, like adjusting your, what's it called? The linearity on your steering. Like what input are you using anyways? Are you on controller? Because on controller, I recommend turning down the linearity so that you get more precise steering when you're only doing small adjustments on your stick. You get even smaller resulting input. And make sure you don't have stick drift. Well, you can go as low as 0%, I would say. Just gonna depend on what you feel is good, but try lowering it as much as you feel comfortable in. Because that will give you the most precision when making small steering inputs. And make sure to turn up the steering speed to the maximum. Oh, nice. I have to put my dead zone on controller sticks to 10% just because it has so much drift on one of the sticks. No, not steering assist, the steering speed. It will make your steering smoother, but it also having the steering speed lower obviously makes your steering smoother, but it also kind of gives you steering delay. So you should max that out. I think the highest is 500%. That way you what your input steering is almost always what the actual steering that you get. Because sometimes when the steering is not fast enough, because you don't have it at 500% or whatever the highest is, sometimes you may end up giving more steering input than you need just because of the delay, because of how slow it steers. It's especially noticeable when you're driving the trucks, because the trucks have extra slow steering. Yeah, you can't have it be direct, so you just gotta max it out. A direct input would have been great, although that could also be a downside. Because you do get the smoother steering when the steering speed is limited. On cars, the 500% steering speed is pretty fast anyways. I would only recommend direct input if you have a wheel, but I don't think that's possible either. So if you want direct input, you're gonna have to do mouse steering, which is what I have, and that's part of the reason I'm able to do so well in these races. Because mouse steering is direct input. There's no steering delay. There's no steering speed. Well, there's the speed is my mouse moving. So I can steer as quickly as I move my mouse. Yeah, the only way to get one-to-one steering is with mouse steering. Let's check our... Yeah, we're definitely overheating the front. The tires are actually not getting that hot. Oh, you can also use a wheel? You have a wheel? I'm on mouse steering because I have a Hall effect keyboard for my throttle and brakes. So I can steer like this. Like this is me moving my mouse left and right very quickly. It's direct input with mouse steering. I don't think I want to adjust anything. Maybe a lower FDR, because yeah, let's try that actually. Well, it depends on how you use them. And the more you get used to it, I guess, it's easier to relax. Uh, yeah, I'm on 120. Oh, these are maybe lower dampers on the rear. Height is good. Right, let's try a few more laps. I thought it'd be easier to beat my best lap time in sport mode, but well, I did get close to it already. 127, that's my current best as shown on the left. In sport mode, that is. 'Cause somehow I was able to get a really good lap time in drift mode. A 126.8. And that's what I'm trying to beat right now. But yeah, the way, because I'm so used to the mouse steering now, because I've been playing this game for over 2 years, I'm actually able to, I actually prefer the mouse steering a lot more now. Because I can do stuff like moving the mouse a little to get the steering and then just leave it there and it will keep steering for me until I'm done with the corner. Whereas on controller, you have to hold your input, literally. So I can race for hours. In fact, I have been this past few testing and tuning sessions, especially with the Raven. The Raven was tough, but I was able to keep driving it for hours until I finally got a good setup on it, and my hand was fine. Yeah, the hot rod. Just it just really takes some getting used to, because there's not many games where you'll be using mouse steering. But once you get used to it, it's actually a pretty good way to steer. Just make sure just like with any input, make sure you have the correct settings. So with mouse steering, I actually recommend the opposite, in that you want 100% linearity instead of low as you can. Yeah, it's kind of hard to use mouse steering to start with. You have to get used to it first. But once you're used to it, it's actually pretty nice being able to just move your mouse a little here and there, and it will keep the steering input that you gave it. The hardest thing is going straight, really. You have to move the mouse back into the center to go straight. So when I'm driving through the long bridges, I have to constantly adjust my steering because I can't get it to drive straight. The autopilot works on the highways, but I don't really like using autopilot. Even if it's just driving in a straight line. I initially thought I was too fast for that corner, but apparently I was just went off track. Dang it. Oh, I think I'm struggling to get the really fast lap time because I need to warm up the tires. But because this car is so light, it's hard to keep the tires warm. The tires cool down so fast. I noticed that when using the heavier cars, it's easier to warm up the tires. In fact, you can even end up overheating them, which I didn't initially thought was possible if you're just racing. I thought you'd have to be drifting to overheat them, but yeah, apparently if with the heavier cars, it's easier to heat them up. Yeah, in this current version, 7.16, you get more grip when you have good temperature, but you can't overheat them either. It also loses grip when it's overheated. And maybe that's also why I was able to get that lap time in drift mode, because it allowed me to warm up the tires easier. The traction control may be preventing me from getting them up to the optimal temperature. I just did a 127 though, which is close, but I thought I'd beat it, not just get close to it. Now that I'm in sport mode. Oh, I turned right too much there. We're getting closer, 26.9. I've tried drifting, but I've never been that good with drifting anyways. So I don't think the mouse steering is the issue. And I don't have drift setups anyway, which is probably part of the problem. I'm getting closer to my lap time, but now I'm close to running out of fuel. There we go. Finally. Beat it by another half a second, even. I knew it'd be possible to beat with sport mode. Yeah, this is a point 0.8. I just did it point 0.3. So that's another half second. Yeah, because we have better physics now. Well, not physics, the tire temper. We have better grip because of the tire temperature thing. And we have the brake bias adjustment, which also helps a lot. You can brake so much later when you have good brakes. It's like 30% shorter stopping distances when you have the correct brake bias. Because the default brake bias on every vehicle in the game is really bad. Like right now I have yeah, minus 30 at the front, plus 30 rear. In fact, I was even using F60 earlier, but I adjusted the setup to make use of the more aggressive F70. Well, not really. I kept making adjustments to the setup to reduce the understeer, which meant that I can better use more brakes at the front than the rear. So I changed to F70. So I think that's it for this thing. It's almost midnight for me, so oh yeah, I wanted to try a V12. Let's see how fast we can go. Because the other guy who was at the top spot had a V12. Oh yeah, I want a screenshot of the thing. Let's just wait for the rotation. Although there's not really anything to see because it's just a black car. And this is not even a racing setup. Like if I was going for a racing setup, I would lower the height. I would put lighter wheels, stuff like that. That's not that's not what I made, but the better brakes and grip is just so good that it's easy to get the number one spot. That's why I'm finishing that's why I decided to finally finish the Halloween builds today, because that's what I'm gonna work on next. I'm gonna update the semi trucks, starting with the Longhorn, and then the double trailers. I'm planning to stream tomorrow and the day after as well. In fact, that's why I started the stream with me doing the screenshot of the Mad Max recreation with the truck and trailer. Did you see that? The thumbnail? I guess I can show it. I recreated the Mad Max thing earlier. Where do I have that? Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. I took a lot of screenshots earlier. I don't know which one is the best yet, but so let's just go with a random one. this screenshot. That's why I started with this earlier, because I'll be working on the truck and the trailer setups after the builds that I updated today. And then here's the scene that I'm recreating. Where do I have the? It's this image. Yeah, that's not an edit. You can do that in game using a trick. So once this stream is over, you can check the VOD on how I did it. It's at the very start of the stream. So that's the Mad Max scene that I recreated. Let's edit this thing. Crop that. And then copy over to this one. So that's two trucks side to side. So that's a Golema with a Tanko parked right next to a Titan with a carry behind it, and the carry has two Daffys on top. Oh, why is the color different on this one? Oh, that's why you can see a second exhaust behind the cabin of the Golema. It's kind of hard to see on this screenshot, but yeah, there's an exhaust pipe there because that's the Titan's exhaust directly behind the Golema's silhouette. All right, save this. Put this thing back on screen and remove that. Oh, why is it smaller now? I need to resize it before I replace it. So let's grab a random full screen screenshot, make it full screen, and then select the new image so that it's the correct scale. There we go. All right, let's go try this V12. I'm definitely gonna use sport mode on with this thing. This is gonna be hard to control in drift mode. Oh, we're not gonna have as much fuel. This thing is gonna run out of fuel easily. Oh, you're going off now? Alright, see ya. Oh yeah, I need to brake earlier. Ooh. This V12 engine is so loud compared to the V8. Oh, That'll warm up the tires, at least. Oh yeah, I should have checked the wear on the tires and brakes. Probably not much, considering I just did a really fast lap time with these. Did I brake early enough? In fact, I braked a little too early. Oh, I don't think I braked early enough for this. Yeah, that's really slow. One 126.3 already. So we can definitely go even faster. Although that was a pretty good lap already. Probably not gonna beat it this lap because of how poorly I took that first corner. But let's see how close we can get. I'm already got half the tank remaining. One 126.1, we beat it already. Even though that was not a good lap. Maybe I'm just... Yeah, that first corner is hard. Might not be possible to go much quicker than that, actually, now that I think about it. Can definitely go faster everywhere else, though. That previous lap is far from the ideal. But I am running out of gas really fast. Oh, what? I need to brake early for that. Yeah, that was way too slow. Oh, do I have this first corner? I even braked too early. That should still be faster than my other laps. Good so far. Not sure about this one. Can probably go much faster through the day than I just did. But not bad. Need to brake early for this, but this is good as well. Don't go off track. And don't mess up this last section. Don't mess up. Well, alright. We don't have enough fuel for another lap, I don't think. Yeah, that was a really good lap until I messed up. That could have been a 125, I think. This V12 is so loud though. Can you guys even hear me when the V12 is screaming? I think we're good on brakes. We only have 1% wear on the tires somehow. Even though we've driven quite a bit on these set. Alright, we're good to go then. You know that I think about it, because we have more grip once we are at the optimal temperature. It makes sense that the extra power from the V12 is easier to use. Because before, you couldn't really put down the power from the V12 with how little grip you have. We still have little grip now, but we have more at least. Oh, I almost went off track. That was definitely slower because of that. I had to slow down to stay on track. Not bad so far, but then now it is bad. Okay. This lap is not gonna be fast. I guess we can conserve fuel this lap. Might not be a good idea for tire temperature though. So actually, let's short shift a little bit to save fuel. Well, saving fuel, I don't think it's actually gonna be enough. to get an extra lap, so it doesn't really matter. So I should just drive full speed to warm up the tires. Alright, that's much better coming into this corner. Apparently I didn't brake early enough. Huh. I need a better brake marker for this corner. I would always use the curbs, but I have to brake before it now. Mr. Bug is still alive? How long does his lifespan? Whoa! Well, this lap is invalid already. I don't know where I suddenly got the grip, but I wasn't expecting it to turn left that much. Oh, did not want to touch those curves. Alright, this might be my last lap because I'm running out of fuel. Very good so far, perfect braking. Oh, it did not want to turn here. I should have braked a little bit earlier there, but I was not bad. I'm not able to brake early enough because I don't have an earlier brake marker there. Oh, this is bad. Hopefully I didn't lose much time. Nope, not fast enough. And I don't think I have enough fuel. Yeah, this is definitely not gonna make it. I'm just gonna turn back. I already got a faster lap time with the V12, but I was expecting to get something faster, especially because I know that that lap that I did that was faster is not the even close to the fastest that I can do. Might be time to replace the tires or even the brake. Let's see. Hmm, may as well. And we're overheating the brakes as usual, so let's respawn. Oh, I hear someone. I'm faster though, because I have a V12. I'm understeering here sometimes. I'm not sure what I'm doing differently. Probably just not transferring the weight as I need to. Whoa, it went right further than I wanted to. It'd still be good. I don't think the tires are warmed up enough because I respawned it. So we really need 2 laps to warm up the tires. And not slow laps either, especially not for this car. You really need to drive it fast to get the tires warm, otherwise it's just gonna cool down. Alright, let's see if we can get this next lap properly. I might have braked too early? No. I got a little bit of a lockup, that's why there was smoke. So even though I braked a little early, my it didn't actually slow down too early. And that's with ABS. It's still locked up. Not how I wanted to do the corner, but I think it's still fast. Alright, let's see how fast this lap is. I think it's good. I don't know if it's fast enough. There it is. Another half a second. 25.5. That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting something faster, but not that fast. Alright, we're done here then. Only thing I changed in the setup is the engine. This is the exact same setup as I used with the V8. So we're more than 1 second faster than the next guy now. Alright, let's see if the leaderboard updated. Yeah, 85.5 versus we're almost 2 seconds faster. Because we did more than half a second faster 3 times. So there you have it for today's stream. That's all I wanted to do today. Tomorrow, I'll work on some trucks. I'm still not sure what to do with them really, but we've got lots of time to think about that as we prepare stuff for it, because I don't have anything prepared for it. And the preparation, because the preparation takes a long time, so I haven't had the time to do the prep work for it that is needed. But do I have a screenshot of that somewhere? The last time I worked on trucks and trailers, I believe I have them. The reason it takes so much prep work and testing is, where is that? Because, well, that's not what I'm looking for, but that's close enough. Because of this, where is it again? There it is. Because that's the amount of work that, that's the amount of vehicles and trailers that I have to use to do the testing, except this time we have double trailers, which you'd think would only double the amount of testing needed, but actually all the extra combinations is gonna quadruple, if not 6 times, 8 times more the testing that is needed, as well as the preparation. And that's why I reserved this weekend, tomorrow and the day after, for all of that. So yeah, it's 12:30 a.m. for me now. So it's just 30 minutes past midnight. That's it for me today. If you want my stuff, I have them all in a Discord server. The link is in the description of the YouTube. But all right, I'm out.